Discovery, go at throttle up. Discovery, go at throttle up.
Alright. Let's get going here. We have an SSTO to fix. Done. Yeah, alright. Ready? Lunprod, I have that footage.
God.
Oh, yeah, there's the NS-18 footage. We have that. Yeah, that's cool. God. Alright. Hold it. Which SSTO? The big one. We kind of came to the conclusion last night that I would love to use the smaller ones with the Rapier engines. I'd love to use Enterprise. I can't use Enterprise because we don't have Rapier engines unlocked. And we're not going to unlock them for any time soon. We need 1,000 science to unlock those things. We have 400. It's going to take a while. So, in the meantime, let's get everything here up and running. I have to fix yeah, I have to fix the SSTO. I'm not looking forward to that. I'm not looking forward to that at all. I have to take the whole thing apart and put it back together. That's okay. It's okay. Are you dressing up as a Kerbal for Halloween? No. No. Alright. Alright, let's do this. So, we have to basically redo structurally how the hierarchy on the SSTO wasn't correct. So we have to, we gotta fix that. Alright. So let's get into it. I have to rebuild this thing. The outside of it, the whole outside of it is actually really good. It's just the inside is no good. And we're gonna have to fix that. Okay. Revised baseline SSTO. 10, 14, 21. Oh boy. Okay, so the first thing that we'll do is we'll pop the hood on this thing and that's what I'm afraid of. redoing all the damn strut work is gonna... Oh, okay. That's gonna be tough. All the dang strut work, man. Okay. Is it just struts? How many could there be? Yes.
Hi.
Hello?
So I'm planning on finishing the roast beef, but I feel bad because that means I won't make food for you.
I'll be alright, don't worry about it.
Okay.
Finish the pod roast, yeah, it's no problem.
Alright.
Jeez, you're too nice.
I don't...
Stop being so nice.
Yeah, but like, you're my piggy. I gotta feed you.
Alright. Oh, that's awesome. That's freaking awesome. That makes me so happy. That makes me so happy. What's up, X? How you doing? I have to untangle this. Alright. Let's just bite the bullet. Screw it. I can always look at the old craft file for reference. Just bite the bullet. Just... It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Help. Help me. Oprah Winfrey. Help me! Tom Cruise, use your witchcraft on me. Okay, so essentially what we need to do is... the fuel tank configuration is no good. We were able to trace the fault tree after $500,000 in spending in-game. Trace the fault tree to this part right here. My entire aft fuel tank is attached literally on one girder segment, and it can't take that shear load. It can't take the load of this thing hitting the ground. It doesn't like it. So, we're,
Go and throttle up.
we gon' fix it. Everybody's name is the same color, dude. I don't know what Twitch is up to, but sub alerts aren't showing up in chat either. They're showing up here, like that 27-month reset from PC Tech. And the 21 meses sub adonde banana time. You see colors? Chat, you tripping. Someone said it's a better Twitch TV extension in Chrome. Disable it and the colors will show up. But then we can't coggers. We won't be able to coggers. Why the rebuild? Lava, there's a structural design flaw in the fuel tanks. It didn't show up in testing, but all that basically means is that my testing was caca. My testing was not good enough. Long story short, my aft tanks, so what you see right here, what's highlighted, are shearing off during touchdown. Unless you get a perfect touchdown with this thing, the tanks will break inside of the aeroshell, and they'll snap off, and then they'll bounce around inside of the aeroshell, and it causes a very fun and exciting explosion. We did trace that fault tree. We figured out what happened and why. It essentially boils down to this entire structure right here. See all that? Despite all of the struts that hold this thing together, you saw how many struts I just got rid of. Despite all of the struts that hold this damn thing together, it's still attached via this. It's attached via one single modular girder segment on the hierarchy. Not good enough. It's not strong enough. It shears off right there. We confirmed it. Thanks, Alessander. I'm glad you like it. This thing is a gigantic SSDO that can put 20 tons into orbit. It's a single stage. You put it on its launch pad. Here, I'll show you. You put the thing on its launch pad, turn it upright, and send it. Well, you gotta fuel it, but yeah, that you ain't getting very far without that. Here, take a look. It's an awesome vehicle. It really is. It really makes me happy. Here we go. There's the prototype on the pad. Yeah, see? It works great. Everything works very, very well on this thing, except touching down. Entry, descent, land, everything works except for entry, descent works just fine. The landing part doesn't work very well. I managed to land it once out of like 4 or 5 different tries. And yeah, and then even the one that I did land, I ended up crack and striking the pad because I wasn't paying attention. So we have to fix that. Gotta fix the design problems with this thing. Should be able to do it. It shouldn't be an issue. So, Yarg knit me boy. Yarg boy me knit. Came up with a pretty good solution to fix it. It's just, yeah, it's gonna hurt to do. Ow. Ow. Alright, so the solution here is we have a main structural carrier going through. We need to mount the fuel tanks to that. And then we need to mount the fuel tanks in symmetry on top of that. So I'm going to take one of these tanks, and then I have to go through. Now, placing the tanks, pudding. He said pudding. Placing the tanks is not that big of a deal. What is a big deal is, A, making sure all the struts are run in the same spot, because there's a bunch of internal struts that I have all around that hold everything together inside of the tanks. They're like internal stringers on a real rocket launch, or a real rocket's fuel tank. And we have to fix that. Can you use an empty SRB for structure? Would that be too much mass? The girder segment is plenty strong. But yeah, we could. Alright, so what we have to do is go in here, place this tank in symmetry, and then move it into position so it's basically, you see all those, see the struts? There are struts that got placed that I missed. Okay. So now that that's placed, what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn these tanks upright, and then we're going to get rid of that. Okay. Now, because we're in structure, or we're in symmetry, we can utilize some auto struts to reinforce this thing. So now what we're going to do is I'm going to take this tank right here, and we got to start plucking struts off of this thing. I think that was the fuel drain that I just took off. Alt left click to copy. Yeah, that's the fuel drain. We don't want to get rid of that. So there's the cross struts that were in there. I think I got all of them. That's the fuel, that's our fuel drain. So now what we're gonna do is this. I'm gonna take this tank, right, which is symmetrical to the other tank. And I'm gonna see if we can attach it to the back of this tank, structurally. So node attach, right? Basically just trying to place the tanks in the exact same spot they were in previously. There. Okay. So now that the back tanks are in position, I'm going to rotate these up. I'm going to rotate my main tanks up, and we're going to get rid of the tanks that weren't in symmetry. Right? And then we're going to rotate this back down. And now, the forward tanks. I do not believe that these are in symmetry, so I'm going to copy it. We got to start, once again, plucking struts off of this thing. I'm going to have to rerun the struts kind of by hand. Alright, so now we should have an open attachment node right here. So what we're going to do... No, not that one. What we're going to do is just push these tanks right into the same position. Hey, Rocket. I heard you like space planes almost as much as I do. Maybe almost. Oh, that's cool looking, man. Let me see. Hey, Flankin, what's going on? Yeah, it's nice. I like the nacelle intakes. That's really cool. With the pre-cooler. Very nice, man. That's good, man. It's very pretty. Well, I just broke this. We got to start over, by the way. Yeah, I just thought I'd let you know. I didn't hit the save button. What happened? The game clicked through and deleted the wrong part. Yeah, no. I gotta start over. That the design evolution started with the A model, and that's the H. Nice. That's cool, man. Ow.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh, great. I gotta take it apart again. That's lovely. Hey, Zerax. 8-month resub. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chase. Rocket. So, when KSP 2 comes out, speaking of chase planes. Okay, but I got a plan. Alright, here's the plan. Hear me out. Hey, Hammer. Here's the plan. We make a space shuttle. I know. We make a space shuttle, and then we make a bunch of T-38s. Still with me? And then, because KSP2 will be multiplayer, someone will bring the space shuttle back down, and then everybody else will fly chase. And then profit. Fly the chase plane. Can you imagine multi-streaming that? That's a good idea. We should do that. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, we should. That should be a thing. Or just fly 6 space shuttles in formation. Double shuttle. What does it mean? All right. I agree, Rivian. That would be pretty awesome. But then again, the adult in me is like, why don't you just do that in real life? Maybe that's the child. I don't know. Have you tried just doing that in real life? I'm like, I don't think I'm smart enough to do that in real life. They do. It's called NASA. Yeah. Right. It's like you're peeling an orange. Yeah, man. No struts. Cool. All right. Ow. Ah, ow. What's the goal of the redesign? Well, there's this whole thing, Aqua, with what's it called? It not working. Yeah, the redesign is to make it work. Yeah, because it doesn't work. It doesn't fly. Every time you try to land it, it just blows up. Yeah, there's that. I mean, yeah, I gotta make the thing. I'm fixing some structural design flaws in it. Are we gonna fund a Skyline or are we gonna make this work? We can't fund a Skyline if you wanted to. I don't have rapiers unlocked, so don't worry about it. Yeah, I don't have them unlocked, dude, so it's alright. We're gonna roll with this until we have it unlocked. That'll give us a good couple of months using this thing. So, you know, it doesn't go to waste. Hey, Alexia, what's up? Yeah, it has been a long time, dude. How are you? So, I'm just changing how the tanks go together on this one, Aqua, so we can, you know, use the thing. Yeah, you know what the crazy part is, Aqua? It was almost that. It was close, dude. This is the one thing that I like see that there's a problem. This is the only thing we had a problem with, which is actually pretty dang good, man. The problem is, it's always that one small stupid thing, right, that's gonna get you. Always. We only had one problem, but that one little itty-bitty problem causes the whole vehicle to explode. Welcome to spaceflight. Anyway, Alexia, how have you been? That's not the button that I hit, Kerbal, but thank you. Sometimes you, like, go too fast for KSP. Like, and I'm trying to hold left shift and delete the struts, because you can pick them off. If you do if you do it this way. And sometimes Kerbal just doesn't understand that you hit left shift, and it's just like, oh, I see you selected this whole thing. Allow me to delete it for you. I'm like, no, I really didn't, but that's cool. Hold left shift. Yep. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's just move these tanks into the right spot. Okay, tanks are in the right spot. Now, this is where we had a problem earlier. Okay. Okay, get rid of one. Get rid of the other. The tank should be in the exact same spots. Alright, save that. Wow. So, how have I been? Good. I do that all the time. It messes you up. Yep. I saw the strut, Gore-Tex. Thank you. Only asking, just caught up from last night. I actually wanted to continue with this, and I couldn't voice it. Oh, no problem. Rapiers are junk anyway. Oh. Guys, hang on. I gotta shut Better Twitch TV off. It's really difficult to keep track of... everybody's name is the same color, and it's not. Yeah, it's really hard to keep track of that. Yeah.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Red stir. I just shut BTTV off. Let me refresh chat one more time. There we go. Your cat scratched the absolute crap out of you this morning. Does not like the front door at all. Yeah, you could say it has cat scratch fever. The news. That's right. All right, now we got to go through and start remaking the web of struts that we have. Buh! Can get rid of those. Get rid of those. We got a lot of fixing to do in here. But this is why I wanted to get it done during early hours when, you know, when it's relatively slow in here. Loaded question. What do you think makes a creative game like KSP good? Open-ended. You can do whatever you want. That's what makes it good. Yeah, you can do whatever you want, dude. I can make boats in this game if I really want to. Okay. Do struts, not auto struts, connect from point to point or from part to part? What? What do you mean? I don't understand. Struts connect part to part, dude. What? Why? What? Oh, Mr. Krabs, I am so confused. It's from wherever you attach them to wherever you attach them to, man. Sponge boy, me bab. Struts that I had in here. I forget how I put them together. This is where we're gonna run into some issues. Sponge boy, me bab. Yeah, it goes from a point on a part to a point on another part. Guys. That's what I was asking. Couldn't think of the wording. You don't smell burnt toast at all, do you, dude? Fortunately, I remember how this goes together. Like, once again, I know this isn't the most riveting content around, but this is what needs to be done to get this thing working correctly. So, there's this kind of trait or principle that happens with putting parts in symmetry like we did. And you know what? Like, I can't, there was a reason why I didn't do it this way in the beginning, but I forget what it is. And I can get into, like, hierarchical stuff real quick here in a second. So... No, but I hear gears grinding. I woke up a bit earlier.
Discovery,
okay.
go at throttle up.
So, you know what? Let me finish the struts, the strut work. I'm kind of deep in thought on this one, and then we'll get to. I'll show you guys why and how why I made this the way that I did the first time. Like, we didn't just throw stuff at the wall and figure out, you know, what worked and what didn't. There's a hierarchical thing that has to do with hey, Sile. Hope KSP is behaving today. We don't know yet. We will know soon. Basically, the way I put it together wasn't right. It wasn't. I thought it would scale correctly, and it didn't. And that just honestly just means that my testing wasn't good enough. If you ever have problems with a rocket during operational missions, it means you didn't test the parameters well enough for what the mission demanded. Like, oh, I don't know, having your O-rings fail on your solid rocket boosters. Insufficient testing caused, well, actually, it's not even insufficient testing in that particular scenario. Actually, I mean, yeah, basically is. The phenomenon was observed during operational missions. Would you look at that, Bio? What's up? You wanted the tanks to be symmetryless for some stability reason for crashes, I think. That sounds about right, Wookie. Turns out it was wrong, though. Turns out that, yeah, that didn't work like that. Fun fact. I hope KSP2 gives us a good tutorial on hierarchy. That's one that's easily misunderstood. Yeah, Rocket, the only reason I know it is because of 3D modeling. That's why my stuff confuses people so much. Like, people, I know people pop into the stream, they go and they look at what I'm doing and they go, bye. You know? Oh, hi, Santa. What's up, AWS? Yo, how's your day been? It's not bad, Blizzard. That was a business decision, not an engineering one. Management, but yeah. Which goes to show you, King, that running NASA like a business, once again, is a really stupid idea. Like, really stupid. You know, it's something to consider every time one of these clowns comes along and says, oh, SLS it's expensive. It's like money. The money's so expensive. Like, okay. Yeah, serious. Exactly, dude. I'm playing KSP 2 in the middle of a moon polar mission for science. Nice. So, yeah, there's that. Yeah, so, okay, guys, this is gonna sound really dumb. All right, here, I'll get into it while we're on the subject. So, I forget if it's, no, I before E, yeah. Hierarchy 101. All right. In KSP, how you put a ship together very, very much matters. And now, here's the thing. That's the case in real life as well. But KSP is a more primitive version of structural engineering. It's more primitive than it is in real life. Long story short, in KSP, you have this part right here. Let that circle represent one part. That's the first part that you place down. That part is called your root. Okay? And I know this might seem a little bit boring, and I might be boring you to death, but listen, you want to make advanced stuff, you want to make launch pads, you want to make stuff that lands that doesn't blow up. You want to make you know a rocket that will fly correctly and not like bend and crash and whatever. This is really important, okay? Will this be on the final? I don't know. Final operational mission for one of your crafts if you want. So that's a root part, okay? So 0 equals, no, not an R. So 0 is a part. A line between parts is a connection, like that, okay? So, you have your root part, and then you have something behind that part. You have another part here, and then you have another part here, and then you have another part here. Once again, the lines connecting the circles are attachments, so that's just like attaching a part, All right, say you want to go 2x symmetry and you want boosters on your rocket. There's your symmetry. And there's side boosters right there, and then there's side engines right there, right? So, how you put this all together is very, very important, right? But, here's the thing. Now, let's just take red here. Red equals... Actually, blue should be a regular strut. Blue is a regular strut, A is an auto strut. So now, here's something important to understand, okay? In Kerbal, it's a single branch hierarchy system, okay? I don't know if that's the technical name, I forget. Long story short, you can't do this, okay? Can't do that. You can't make a full circular connection between parts. You need struts to do that for you. A strut will bridge the connection like that. Think of it like branches on a tree, okay? Sometimes I know there's probably a tree out there that has done this at some point, right? But for the most part, you picture a stereotypical tree in your mind, right? You have your stump, and then that branches off, and then those branch off, right? Branches don't connect back into each other, right? You can have more branches if you want, but they generally don't branch back in, right? That's not how that works. Kerbal is the same way. All you can do is use a proverbial string to tie your branches together. That's what struts are. Now, auto struts will do the same thing, but you have 3 different types of auto struts. You have root, you have heaviest, and you have grandparent, right? So root, heaviest, and grandparent right here. Well, 2 of those are pretty self-explanatory. The first part that you place down is your root, the stump of your tree, so to speak. If you set this part to root part auto strut, it'll run a strut like that. Say this piece here is a fuel tank, that one in the center. You switch that to heaviest, it's going to run to the heaviest part. I don't like using these. I don't like using root and heaviest. Those can make explosions, but I'll get more into that later. That brings you to grandparent part strutting, okay? Grandparent part means that you're strutting not to the part that the piece is connected to, but the part after that, okay? So, once again, say you have a chain of parts like this, right? If you set this one right here to grandparent, it's not going to strut to this one. It'll strut to that one right there. If you set this one right here to grandparent, it's going to strut like that. That one to grandparent, strut like that. This one doesn't have a grandparent, so it struts there. Grandparent strutting is a good way to save parts. And here's the thing, okay? Grandparent strutting is pretty dang foolproof. Why? Say this represents one ship, right? And say I have this thing set to heaviest part, right? So the heaviest part, let's say, is right there. And then I dock this ship right here. Say we dock 2 ships in orbit, right? And now, remember this part over here? Maybe that's the heaviest part now. When you dock the ship, it'll run the struts differently. So when your station is docked, or when you dock a ship to a station, or you dock a ship to another ship, anybody ever have a problem where you dock 2 ships together and then the struts start freaking out and it wobbles itself to pieces and it explodes? The auto struts reran. They ran to different spots. And now I know what you're saying. Well, EJ, I don't use auto struts, but that still happened. Why does this happen? Landing gear are permanently bound to heaviest part auto strut. Hey, Boris, what's up, man? We're not talking about mods, though, Tessa. It makes me worry for private space. What's that, King? It makes you worry for private space company making management businesses. Does NASA somehow survive these mistakes? I don't know if private companies can survive these kinds of shortfalls. Yeah, King. Time will tell, dude. If we could predict the future with that problem, dude, we'd be billionaires, man.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Kind with a 17 right there. So, understanding this is super important because if you understand hierarchy, you can keep the Kraken at bay. The Kraken, there's no Kraken god here. The Kraken is a false god. The real god in KSP is the hierarchy. All glory to the hierarchy toad. That's correct, Aqua. Landing gear are permanently bound to heaviest part auto strut. There is ways you can get around that. But the ways that you get around that will tempt the Kraken. Robotics. Now, here's the thing with robotics. Say, let's have yellow. Yellow will represent a robotic part. Okay? So, say I have, out here, we have a robotic part. And then I have a landing gear attached to that, okay? You want this to strut, landing gear will automatically strut to heaviest, it'll strut to that. It'll strut right to here, because as far as it's concerned, that's where its hierarchy ends. You can't have auto struts go through a part that's animating. The Kerbal developers knew this. So they couldn't, you can't have this thing strutted to heaviest part over here, and then have this part bend. Because then that strut's gonna bend, and your craft will divide by 0. You ever have robotics? You ever try to make the robotics work and they don't work? They kind of stay stuck? Because there's a strut somewhere that's strutting to this thing, that's strutting to your robotic part, that's causing it to not move. Please, not yellow. I'm running out of colors here, man. Here, how about orange? What's up, King Kitten? So, robotic parts mitigate auto struts, and so do unlock docking ports now. Unlock docking ports, if you have the rotational control on, will break auto struts. Okay? So, the way you set this up is super freaking important. It's super important. Now, there are some things with auto struts that you can take advantage of. There's some things that you can't. There's ways to get around it. There's ways to not get around it. I mean, if I could draw you out the hierarchy on this space plane right now, the entire thing. If you really wanted to see it, I could draw it all 720 parts on this thing. If you wanted to see the hierarchy in paint form, I could do it for you. And I'll bet you, if I showed you the hierarchy in paint form on the Block 1 design, you would see that you could physically see the structural design flaw. Please do not do that. Maybe I'll do that off stream. Yeah, this is 660 parts right now. I could draw the hierarchy out on it. I know it's up here. Because once again, guys, I know that's like, you have the entire hierarchy. You have the entire hierarchy out for this thing right here. Well, yeah, I've built it a ton of times. I designed the thing, and I fly it a lot. The smaller one, and this is just a scaled up version of the smaller one. That, and you guys got to remember, I went to school for this stuff. This is hierarchical design like this feeds into something called character rigging, which is one of the hardest parts of doing 3D modeling. Character rigging is how stuff moves. It's the kinematics for how 3D models move. So, like, that's a really hard thing to understand, and hierarchy is very key to it. Hierarchy is also key to doing any types of animations. Now, in Kerbal, we have, you're just using stuff in real time. You want stuff to animate, you don't want stuff to not animate, you got to figure out how to put it together. Is there a best root part? Not necessarily Sun Temple. But, so, this brings me to the next thing. So, how do I know? How do you know what to make? Like, what? Like, how can you apply this to building a spacecraft? Like, I know people are looking at this and saying, all right, that's great, EJ, good, sweet. You showed me how to make like a 10-part craft. How does this apply to making bigger things? Well, it depends. It really depends. Depends on what you're trying to do. Now, I tried to go with a special type of hierarchy that I thought would work well with the space plane, and it turns out it didn't. You know what I'll do? Instead of drawing out the entire hierarchy for the SSTO, which would probably take like 3 or 4 hours and waste a lot of your time, I'll show you the critical design flaw here in my craft. I'll show you why it was exploding. Okay? And I'll draw it using our key right here. Let me just erase everything here. It really is like I'm using a whiteboard, huh? Maybe I should go stocky style and just get a whiteboard. I'm learning 2D character stuff, and yeah, and IK is hard. Oh, tell me about it, man. I barely passed rigging in school. It was tough. Rigging is very difficult. You really, really need to have a good sense of what you're using here. All right, so let's go back into brushes. So if we're looking at the back of the SSTO, all right, let's start with our root part as this fairing plate, okay? Actually, there's the actual root part. The actual root part on this vehicle is that main fairing plate right there. And then I have an adapter, and then we have the girder, and then we have another adapter, and then the fairing, okay? So, root part, adapter, girder segment, other adapter, rear fairing plate. Now, attached on the fairing plate, I have girder segments, okay? Girder segments. Yeah, I know what it looks like. Shut up. All right. And then attached to the back of those girder segments is an engine plate. And then attached to the engine plate is all my engines. Just pretend there's 7 of these on either side, okay? All right. Now, forward of that, on that same girder attachment, is another fairing plate. That's the fairing plate for my aft fuel tanks. Now, attached to that are fuel tanks like this on either side. These are big S4 550 tanks. And then I have one attached to the front there, another one attached to the front there, like that. And then, off of my main fairing plate out here, actually, to get this to look a little more spatially correct, I'll draw it like this. Nope. So these are fuel tanks, right? And then off of the front fairing plate, I have more fuel tanks here. These make up the forward tanks, right? This U right here are these tanks right there. See the tanks that I have highlighted? And then the bottom U's are these, okay? Now, we have struts holding this all together. I have struts that go like this, struts that go like this, and then there's struts that go like that, there's struts that go like that, and then there's struts that go to the fairing like this, right? And then there's a bunch of struts that go like this and like that. And then there's a strut that there's a set of struts that go there. There's a set of struts that go like this, across. And then there's a set of struts that go to the root part hierarchy like this. And then I think I have another set of struts here, like that. And then the fairing plate, I believe, is strutted to the girder segment like this. Who can spot the design flaw? You can literally see it if I draw the hierarchy out. You can see it. You can see exactly where the problem is. Is this type of knowledge easy to grasp from KSP just by playing it? No. Where's the design flaw? Here's your design flaw. Right there. There is literally one singular connection with no struts right there between my engine plate, which is heavy, and my tank mount. See that? Right there. That's the problem. That part right there The connection right there snaps. There's no struts holding it together. There's no reinforcement struts right there. And there's also no reinforcement struts right here. That small little girder segment in the SSTO right here was holding up at any given moment. It's holding up 2 of those and 2 of those. That little girder segment's holding up like, well, I mean, don't get me wrong. We wouldn't have fuel when we were going into land, but easily by itself, if these tanks didn't have anything in them, it's holding up 20, 30, 40, 50 tons, depending on how much fuel we have, and like a 5-ton fairing. So that little thing is holding up 50 tons and there's no reinforcement. That's the design flaw right there. I accounted for everything else. Everything else is solid. Everything else is put together like really, really strong, except for that part. Now, on the small SSTO is built exactly the same. The hierarchy is an exact copy. If I drew out the small SSTO and the big SSTO here, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. They look exactly the same. That is how I knew most of the stuff would scale. But I didn't take into account this. My thought at the time was because this part right here is a girder segment, it has very high impact tolerance. Anybody that knows KSP knows that these segments right here are very, 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 very strong. They're extremely strong. But not if you hang freaking 50, 60 tons of fuel tank off of them. On the small SSTO, it didn't make a difference because it only had maybe 5, 6 tons of empty fuel tank. So that's not a big deal. But here, that clearly made that a big difference. Because, yeah, you're holding up way too much fuel tank there. And that wouldn't have shown on the Jiggle test stand because it was a stripped down version of the craft. Bingo. Yeah, there's your hierarchy. Well, Yarg helped me. I spotted where the problem is, and Yarg helped me with the fix. I'm not going to lie. The fix is to basically build... The fix for this, right? So this is block 1. The fix for block 2 is essentially doing this. I have the same root part. I have the same adapter segment. We have the same girder segment. We have the same rear adapter, and then we have the same rear fairing plate. And then off of that, we have our 2 girder segments, right? Right? And then we have our engine sections attached to that, right? Just pretend that I drew 7 of these down here. 7. Right? What that's representing is back here. The engine plate with all the engine pieces attached to it, okay? What we did this way is now the fuel tanks are attached here. Alright? And then you have your forward fuel tank there. Like this. So this is attached to the girder segment. And then this one is attached to there. And then this tank is actually attached to the back. So now the hierarchy looks something like this. And then the forward tanks here, instead of being attached to the fairing, are now attached here. Now you see why I wanted to get rid of all the struts, because we fundamentally changed this. Now the girder segments are holding up the engines, and that's it. And then we have to redo the strut configurations, because we could do this. We could go strut to here, strut to there, strut to there, strut to there. It's a completely different structural design with struts. But this should hold everything together a lot better. Because on top of this, we have auto struts. We have auto strut to grandparent. So what happens if we auto strut this to grandparent? It goes there. You auto strut this to grandparent, it does that. This one goes to grandparent, it goes down here. Like this. But this leads into another thing. Grandparent strutting picks up over symmetry nodes. So now this is strutted to that as well. And then this one's strutted to there like that. This one's strutted to there. And then we can run some regular struts here, to there, to there. We can X-brace this with struts like that. X-brace that. See what I'm talking about? This utilizes auto struts a lot better than this design does over here. And I have to completely redo the strut hierarchy. Yes, King Kitten, it's good. So this is why when we originally took this apart at the beginning of the stream, I had to take all the struts off because it completely changes the hierarchy. We completely changed the hierarchy, so now we got to go and rerun them again. What does auto strut do in symmetry? I'll just show you. It's easier. Here, watch. So you have the root part of your assembly, okay? Then you auto strut off the side, or you go in symmetry like this, right? I can visualize it in KSP. I'll show you. Alright, so now, let me go in here, and we go into physics, visualize auto struts, okay? Look. So you auto strut this, it's going to grandparent strut, it's going to skip the part that it's attached to and grandparent strut down there. You do that with this one, it's going to do the same. Now, here, watch this. It picks up in symmetry. You see that? This part realizes it's in symmetry with this part. So if you grandparent strut, this will run a strut here, and it'll also run a strut over there, making a literal X brace. This thing is built like a trestle now. This is how I made the launch pad. This is why the launch pad could withstand a Kraken strike, because it's made like that. I'm essentially redoing my... Oh, yeah. There's that, by the way. Yeah, there's that, by the way. Yeah, it picks up in symmetry, and it'll run 45s. It'll run gussets for you. Yeah, that's what that looks like in visualized format. That's all the red lines in visual format. Yeah, it's a little crazy. That's correct, Hypersonic. Yep. My launch pad is built like this. Now, you got to keep in mind, because this line goes through this part, that doesn't necessarily mean that this part is that there's a strut going to it. So this is where a regular strut would come in handy. So now, if you did this with regular struts like this, this thing won't break. You've reinforced it on 3 axis. This thing won't be susceptible to shear. It won't be susceptible to compression on either axis. It will not be susceptible to torsion, because you made a lattice out of struts. And this goes back into another thing. A lot of people ask me, why do you take your time so much with placing struts? Well, let me show you in visual format why I do this. Watch. I always take the time to place my struts correctly, and I always take the time to position them correctly. Because angle of the strut absolutely frigging matters. That's a really, really, really big thing. Now look at it. It's a perfect lattice. It's built like a train trestle. That's not breaking. Nothing will break that. The only thing that's going to break this is litho breaking Kerbin at like Mach 1. That's the only way this thing will break. I could re-enter this. We could send this thing through from space, and provided it could take the heat, it'd impact the ground and it would just be fine. It would just bounce. Yeah, Hera. Well, Hera, you know what's funny? That clip of me saying, oh, that's not going anywhere, and then it blowing up in my face. Guess what problem that was manifesting? Yeah, I should have known. Yeah, Vulcan, I'm good. I'm good. So, grandparent strut combined with regular strut and not using heaviest and root is the way to do this. You can make something that's infinitely strong. And once again, that's how I made my launch pad. Here, let me get rid of my tuning fork there. You guys want to see it? I'll show you the launch pad. I'll show you this thing's launch pad. It's built exactly the same way. Dude, I've built launch pads that are so strong they can... Like, it's some flying buttress stuff. Here, I'll show you. Check this out. It would be up here somewhere. I figured this out when we were building Condor's pad. I made a pad so ridiculously strong that that it's hanging, half of it's hanging clean off the runway, doesn't sag. It doesn't sag at all. It didn't sag at all that I was able to fly a drone underneath it. Doesn't sag. There are use cases for root and heaviest. Yeah, Rocket, there are. I would add that I don't always not use root part, but when you attach two ships together due to vessel hierarchy, so like when you're docking something to the pad, root and heaviest, I really only use them to hold stuff in place. But you got to remember, when two ships are interacting, your root part can shift. And if your root part shifts, your hierarchy can literally reverse itself. And if your hierarchy reverses itself on a craft and Kerbal doesn't like the way the auto struts were running, it'll just blow up. Yeah, you ever dock two things together in space? You literally reverse the flow on the hierarchy. Yeah, you gotta be careful with that. My solution for that is called 5 degrees of separation between parts. Alright? I only use root and heaviest for single vessel use because of, yeah, Rocket, you got it, dude. You get it. Yeah, you get it. You guys, you know what? I'll show you the pad later. Let's finish this. You know what you can do with aluminum tubes? How far from Rapier engines are you? About 600 science, Doom. We're gonna put this thing into operation, and we did the math out. Even if I just did nothing and just sat here and just stared at a screen, we'll have the Rapiers unlocked by December. So I'm gonna put this thing into operational use, pad the money, and then, you know, we'll use this as far as we see fit. And then when we unlock those Rapiers, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do that. Well, Stratton Blitz has had times, Alex, where he didn't get his hierarchy right. Remember his solar station? Where he connected everything together, and then the whole thing just went jank and exploded? But Stratton Blitz is very smart. He fixed it. He knows. He knows about hierarchy. Guys, I'll be honest. I want to use this I'll use the SSDOs for a while. I want this. I want it. I want Star Raker. I want it. I can make this. It will take a long time. I'm not even going to beat around the bush. This will take me a couple of months to make, and make it correctly. I want it. Is the Star Raker horizontal takeoff? Grabshark, this thing is the gnarliest thing that I've ever seen come out of the 60s. You know all those crazy 1960s ideas that they had, like, you know, Sea Dragon and, you know, the Orion Drive and, like, the Space Shuttle, I guess you could lump into that. This thing, here, hang on, let's look at the picture, I'll show you. So Star Raker was a design that was thought up by Rockwell, right? It's like if you took a C5, an XB-70, and the Space Shuttle and combined them all into one thing. So this thing is using, like, literally 2 XB-70 sets of jet engines here. And then there's 3 shuttle engines in the center. Those are RS-25s. And then there's 2 OHMS pods up there in the tail. This thing flies up into space. It has a cargo bay that's kind of basically like a C5. and then the front hinges off, Super Guppy style. And that's how you deploy payloads. It is a horizontal takeoff SSTO. What did they eat in the 60s? Bring it back. Stuff was that cool. They dreamed big, Daza. Put a man on the moon. We can friggin' do anything. I want it. I want this. I can't realistically see that being more parts than this. Honestly, because literally this is the same thing, only it just takes off this way. I really can't see it being more parts. It's really not. It won't be more than 600 parts. Because I can use fairings as payload bays. What was the target tonnage? I forget, dude. 100 tons. I mean, the thing is Chad tier, dude. It basically has an external tank built into the back. There's an ET in the back of this thing. I'll show you. Like, see if we can find the line drawing for it. So, back here, see where it tapers out? That's an external tank. There's an ET just jammed into the back of this thing with the 3 shuttle engines out back. So, like, picture, like, basically an Energia core stage shoved into the back of this thing with a C5 payload bay. Do you think they could have built this and made it work? Sure. Yeah, of course. Yeah, why wouldn't this be possible? Yeah, I think this is possible. Absolutely. The XB70 showed that this is possible. This thing. So, see that? That's the XB70. It's North American, I think is who made it. The XB70 showed that. And heck, man, if you made one of these things that utilizes compression lift, it would, yeah, easy. Sure, no problem. I think, honestly, Ando, the problem that they would have had is that this thing would have been insanely heavy. It would have really suffered if I had to throw my hat into the ring and say the problems that this thing would have had. Structural. This thing would have had to have been built like the space shuttle. What's the space shuttle's problem? It is insanely heavy. The shuttle is ridiculously heavy for what it is. That the structure would have been the thing here. What do you make this out of? You make it out of aluminum? That could work. What do you make it out of? I'm not sure making this out of aluminum is a good idea. Now, the shuttle structure is made out of aluminum, but it has tiles on it. How does this thing get back down from space? Well, the thought at the time was because when this thing is carrying no payload or anything, it can do a Starship. It'll do what Starship's supposed to do. It'll just stay in the upper atmosphere. And if you stay in the upper atmosphere and re-enter up there, you get a longer period of heating, but your overall max temperature is low. So think of how like the space shuttle and Starship come back down, as opposed to like an ICBM. An ICBM is like flash frying like a turkey, and the way the shuttle comes back down is like slow roasting. It's like a barbecue. It's true. Literally, they use a similar type of principle to cook your food. So, like, I don't know is this thing made out of titanium? Titanium would probably do it. You have such a big wing on this thing that you could probably get away with it. If your craft is big enough, guys, you won't need a thermal protection system. Let me rephrase that. If your craft is big enough, you'll need lesser of a thermal protection system. Aluminum or titanium might be able to straight up resist it. Because this has to do with coefficient of drag and another thing called ballistic coefficient. So, okay. Think of it like this. If you have a piece of paper, right? and then you have a rock, and you're at the top of a building and you drop those, what's going to happen? No, this isn't a trick question. The rock's going to hit the ground first. Why? Well, for the surface area of that rock that's hitting the oncoming air, there's not a lot of surface area, but there's a lot of mass. The rock is dense. Long story short, very dense. It's a rock. Looks like my head. No. The rock's going to hit the ground first. What's going to happen with the paper? Well, the paper is going to start falling, gravity's going to push down on it, and air is going to get compressed underneath it, and it's going to do this. Paper will take forever to hit the ground. It'll take forever, like, because of the aerodynamics, right? The aerodynamics involved. The paper is very, very light. It's very light. There's not a lot of mass, huge surface area. It'll take a lot longer to get to the ground, right? That's the idea here. The simple answer is that the rock has less drag. Yeah, pretty much. European or African rock? Well, African rocks are non-migratory. Will the KSP-1 use rapiers or the shuttle ramjet engines? I think this thing was supposed to use something akin to the Whiplash. Drag to mass ratio. Well, of course, that's what ballistic coefficient basically feeds into. What are the ballistics of this thing? So instead of a swing cockpit, no, I instead of the swing cockpit, I'd do this. I would have it do that. I can make that happen. That's no problem. Yeah, no problem. We just make it do what the Super Guppy does. Super Guppy. And I would honestly use Kraken tech for it. I would make it Kraken tech in some, well, at least hybrid tech. So the Super Guppy, the nose comes off. But on the ground, the landing gear is its pivot. It just uses the landing gear to roll out of the way. And then there's a little jack at the front of the plane that goes down that holds it. Here. So the front of the plane has 2 hydraulic jacks right there. We can do that. And then there's just a caster wheel and the front landing gear. The front landing gear turns and then it just opens up. Easy. Yeah, I can make this in KSP. No problem. That's no problem. Yeah, we should be able to do that. That shouldn't be too hard. And I can make hybrid tech locks that hold this thing together. It's not an issue. Hazardous to forbidden. I think Matt's done something like this, Alex. Want to hear something even crazier for people that are into planes that don't know a lot about this thing? The Super Guppy is a modified Boeing 377. Boeing 377 was a propeller passenger plane. Now, I know what you're looking at. It's a propeller passenger plane. This is basically from the late 40s, right? I know what you're looking at. Like, why does it look so weird? What the heck's wrong with this thing? It's almost like there's another plane down here and they just put a plane fuselage on top of it, Like, what? Why does this look like this? That looks so bizarre. Right? The 377 is a weird looking plane. It's because the 377 is literally a B-29. It's a B-29 with a passenger deck on top. Now, why? Why would Boeing do that? Why not just take the B-29 and put seats right here? You can't. There's a bomb bay in the way. Remember that part? There's a bomb bay right there. The bomb bay is unpressurized on the B-29. The B-29 was one of the first planes that used pressurized cockpits, but there's 2. There's a pressure segment here, and then there's a little tube right here, and then there's another pressure segment at the back. It's not one full pressurized fuselage. They hadn't figured that out yet. So, Boeing's solution to that, to make a passenger plane variant of this thing, was to literally just put one unified section on top. And they literally just put it on top of the B-29 components and converted the bomb bay into a cargo hold. That's why the 377 looks like 2 planes stacked on top of each other, because it literally is. See? B-29 on top, passenger plane on the... B-29 on the bottom, passenger plane on the top. Strange, right? See? Very weird, huh? That's why that plane looks so funky. Because it looks like they put a passenger plane on top of another plane, because they did. The cool thing is that NASA still uses this. NASA has the Super Guppy. They have two of them. One of them's in Pima, basically retired. But they have one of these things. So NASA is quite literally flying around a 70-year-old, 80-year-old plane that's literally based off of the B-29. Yeah. There are derivatives of the B-29 that are still being used to this day. It's the A380 before it was cool to be the A380. Yep. It's the mullet of the aircraft. Yeah. Also why they nearly had to use Lanks for the nukes. Well, I mean, Tesla, they broke the friggin' mold with the B-29. The B-29 is, like, I get it, you know, nukes and stuff like that. This thing was, the B-29 compared to the B-17 is light years ahead. That plane, dude, I talked about it the other day. The B-52 can trace its roots to that plane, and we still use it. Oh, yeah. And then there's the... Then there's that, the Tupolev 4. Cool story, but... Actually, Tessa, you know what the funny thing is? So, here's what happened. During World War II, the Soviet Union and Japan had a non-aggression pact. Basically, the Soviet Union didn't want Japan invading its territory in the Far East. So they didn't fight Japan in the Pacific theater, even though Japan was allied with Germany. I know, it's some real Hearts of Iron stuff. The U.S. was bombing Japan, though, with B-29s, right? We all know how that ended. Some B-29s landed in Soviet territory, and the Soviets didn't want to be seen helping the Americans against the Japanese, because if they did, the Japanese would be like, excuse me, what the frick? And that would cause a big problem, right? So what happened was they had to inter B-29s and leave them there. So crews ditched in the Soviet Union, right? The Soviets got 3 B-29s, and they were like, no, we can't give this back to you because Japan will declare war on us, and then we collapse, and then we're screwed. So the U.S. left 3 B-29s there, and then Stalin took kind of advantage of that opportunity and said, oh yeah, those 3 planes, yeah, we can't give those back to the Americans. Don't give them back. Send them to our factories and reverse engineer it, please, or you die. No, not or you die. That's funny, but that's not how it went down. But the B-24 was light years ahead of the B-17. They figured out that compartment compression by that time. Later iterations of bombers didn't have need for the bombardier sight behind the bombing bay because of the automated targeting. Yep. So the Soviet engineers got a hold of this thing, and if you look. If you take a look and look at some of these other planes, let's take the most modern version of that. You look at the back of this thing, at the back of the Tu-95, which is a great airplane. There's some striking similarities to the back of a B-29 there. It's very interesting. Every single bomber from the Cold War, long-range strategic bomber, Soviet or American, can trace its roots to the B-29. Yeah. I agree, Jim. It's a very nice looking plane. Look, you can see influences from the B-29 here. And of course, obviously, you can see influences from the B-29 in the B-52. See? Oh, that's actually a picture of B-52's a B-52 next to it, next to a 95. They're both nice looking planes. My only thing about the Tu-95 is I don't like the duckbill thing that they have going on there, but there's this whole aerodynamic principle called area rule. Yeah, it kind of needs to have that. Look, you could definitely see the influences on either design. The tails on these planes are almost exactly the same because they're both derived from the B-29. It's hilarious to me. I think that's really funny. Both good planes. Yeah, and Tessa, you're right. This thing is so damn loud it can be heard from submarines. I don't think all the Tu-95s had that strange nose, though. Well, guys, there's a thing with real life airplanes that we don't really get in KSP so much. Metal fatigue is a big deal. And aerodynamics can fatigue metal a lot. Because if you think about a plane when it's flying, the wings are doing this, right? Wings hit turbulence, wings are doing this. When you take off, the wings are pulling the rest of the plane up. And most planes are made out of aluminum, right? They're made out of aluminum, right? So, you ever take a soda can or a pop can and you take the tab and you do this a bunch of times? What happens? It breaks off, right? It'll pop off. Airplanes are susceptible to that. Very susceptible to that. That's why you can only have a certain amount of hours on the airframe before they say, nope, it's junk. Put it in the scrap pile. You're fatiguing the metal. And the load cycles on the metal you can only do so much with the load cycles on the metal. Cars are the same way. That's why, some cars get 500, 600, 700, 1,000 kilometers or like 400,000 miles and they're just tired, man. The metal is, you got to start replacing more components as the older the car gets, right? And eventually it doesn't make sense to replace it compared to what it's worth. I mean, I personally disagree with that. I think if it's been loyal to you, you should be loyal to it, but I know EJ's a little weird in that regard, being loyal to a piece of metal. I understand. Yeah, there you go, Rocket. What exactly is area rule? Area rule, you know what, Grav? I'm not 100%. I do not have an analogy good enough to be able to explain it. Area rule is very weird. This is getting into some pretty advanced aerodynamics. It's Whitcomb, if I'm remembering right. It's hard to explain. Check this out. The Whitcomb area rule, also called the transonic area rule, is the design procedure used to reduce an aircraft's drag at transonic speeds, which occur between Mach 0.75 and 1.2. For supersonic speeds, a different procedure called the supersonic area rule, developed by Jones, is used. Long story short, you have to make the craft in a because transonic is so fishy, you have to make the craft in a certain way. And this is getting into some hard math stuff here. There are certain things that you can do to a craft to help, because transonic is such a turbulent regime for a plane, breaking the sound barrier, or when you're getting near the sound barrier, it puts a lot of stress on the vehicle. There's a lot of stress. So there are certain things that you can do to help kind of get the subsonic air when you're in the transonic regime, getting the subsonic air away from your frigging plane. Here. An area rule kind of feeds into this. One of those is called anti-shock bodies. So one of the things that was figured out by Convair, believe it or not, with one of my favorite first-gen airliners, the Convair 880, was putting these on the back to help that air, the subsonic air going over the top of the wing, to get the frick away from it, because it can fatigue the metal. It'll basically break. The wings don't really like having air breaking the sound barrier underneath them. Or no, breaking the sound barrier on top and not breaking the sound barrier on the bottom. Because you guys know the whole reason a wing can actually lift anything is because of Bernoulli's principle, right? So you have air at extremely high pressure going very slow on the bottom, and then you have air at extremely low pressure going very fast over the top. So the top of the wing, and this is why it's called transonic. This is why there's no set boundary for a sound barrier. Transonic means that some of your plane is breaking the sound barrier and some of it isn't. Why? Well, the sound barrier and the speed of sound is entirely based off of airspeed. So it's how fast the air is moving over your plane, not necessarily how fast the plane is moving relative to the ground. Two different things there. There's ground, that's why there's ground speed and there's airspeed, and those are two different things. Now, because of Bernoulli's principle, you have differential airspeed on the top and bottom of the wing, right? Like I said, air over the top of the wing is moving really fast because it's at low pressure. Particles have room to move around, or the molecules have room to move around when they fly over the wing. On the bottom, that's not so much the case. And when you get to breaking the sound barrier, the top of the wing breaks the sound barrier at extremely low pressure, and the bottom of the wing doesn't break the sound barrier. So if you have extremely low pressure moving at very high speed on the top of the wing, and the vice versa of that on the bottom, what's the wing gonna do? It's gonna do this. It's gonna bend like crazy. This is what Chuck Yeager and the X-1 and a lot of NACA hypersonic testing before NASA was a thing. This is what they figured out. Bernoulli's principle is only part of it. Exactly, yeah. Basically, these, like I said, I can't. My analogy is not very good, but area rule basically helps the plane get through the sound barrier so it doesn't rip itself apart. TLDR, Whitcomb area rule is the geometrical approximation of the optimal mathematically derived design laws used to reduce transonic vortex formation at transonic speeds. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, see how they bent it in? It's basically a way to get the air to move over the craft better when you're in transonic. But it does produce some really weird looking designs, I will say that. Ipadazas, 2-month resub. Thanks, man. Yeah, guys, Whitcomb's area rule is it's a lot of math. It's a lot of math. It's a lot of freaking math. This is getting into some really, really, really complicated aerodynamics that it's not necessarily complicated. Anything that has to do with transonic is very weird. Transonic just does very weird stuff. It does bizarre things to wings. Yeah, see that? Look at that. Hey, Cordrun, 11-month resub. And once again, this is getting into a little bit more advanced aerodynamics than what I'm generally comfortable with. But, yeah, check that out. Is that weird or what? Look at what the air does at transonic, as opposed to subsonic. So subsonic, you're getting compression, right? Regular Bernoulli's principle stuff. At transonic, see how uniform it is? That's very weird. It's a very strange phenomenon. And then in supersonic flow, you're basically, look at that. Look at what supersonic does. That's very strange. But you know how I always talk about supersonic wakes and boundary layers and hypersonic boundary layers? That's what that dotted line is. A craft leaves a wake of air that visually looks a lot like a boat going through the water. And the angle of that really depends on the speed. As you go faster, right? As you go faster, your theta angle of the theta of the boundary shock can change the faster it changes the faster you go, to the point where at the very end of supersonics and when you're getting into hypersonics, that dotted line can almost be 90 degrees. You're basically taking the air and shooting it that way. Hey 12, what's going on? Yeah, this is some very, very interesting stuff with aerodynamics. And once again, Kerbal does not explain any of that. None of this matters in KSP. KSP aerodynamics are not that they're not that high fidelity. You can make stuff that looks like it has area rule on it, but yeah, it doesn't really. That's not a thing in KSP. How goes the SSTO modifications? Good, Rocket Guy. We were yeah, exactly. Check this out. I had a little bit of a conversation about transonics and ballistic coefficients. I know, I'm orange. Look. Yeah, see that? Look at the shock. Look at the boundary on this. Isn't that nuts? Look at that. Look at where the supersonic, that dotted line, so to speak, that you saw over here, right? Look at the angle, the theta angle of that dotted line. It changes with speed. Look at that. Is that crazy? And this is what I mean about different parts of the craft can be breaking the sound barrier and different parts can't be. See how there's lighter areas and there's darker areas? Well, they imaged these T-38s. This is a real picture, by the way. They imaged these T-38s in the transonic regime flying. This is an actual picture. It's crazy. It's really weird stuff, how the air moves around a plane when it approaches the speed of sound. It's very, very strange. Another cool thing to look at is look at how the wakes overlap. Look at the wake of the wing from this plane is hitting the front wake of the other plane. Now, that basically, you have what's called turbulent air coming off of the jet. That's what this stuff is. That's what these wakes are. Now, that's in supersonic, but it happens at subsonic too. A plane still disturbs the air it flies through. That's how it's flying. You don't get laminar flow, and this is why jets don't fly behind, like one behind the other like this, because even if you're not in the way of the fiery stuff that comes out the back of the jet, even if that like wasn't a thing, you're still going to get turbulent airflow. You fly through the jet wash of another jet, your wings stop winging. Yeah, boundary shock interaction is very cool. Is this why Goose died in Top Gun, because of jet wash? Yeah, Maverick flew his F-14 through the wake of another plane, and the plane stalled. No drafting. Oh, hell no, GNAC. But see, it's funny that you mentioned that. Formula One has that same problem. The wash from another car is enough to make your car not work correctly. You won't get the proper cooling. Your aerodynamics won't work as well, so it'll shred tires because you're relying more on mechanical grip. Formula One deals with these problems all the time. There are some parts on the Formula One car that Formula One cars, I don't think any air on a Formula One car is ever reaching transonic, but it's close. I mean, they're going 320 kph. That's 200 miles an hour. That's like 0.2 or 0.3 Mach. It's pretty fast for a car. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, that aerodynamics is cool. And Rocket Guy, I wanted you to see this. This is what stirred the whole conversation. So I was looking at kind of what I want to do in the future once these SSDs, I'm going to finish them like what we talked about. But down the road, I want to take a crack at making this thing. I want to make Star Raker. And I was thinking, like, what the heck would they made Star Raker out of? Is its ballistic coefficient low enough to not warrant a thermal protection system? Because it's basically one big frigging wing. For Lightsim, DCS World is the only one I've seen with it that modeled wake turbulence. Yeah, Rocket. In real life, you do not fly behind another plane. Bad idea. No, titanium isn't heavy, freaky. Titanium's super light. Problem is, titanium's expensive. The SR-71 program, a very fair assumption, also titanium like the SR-71. That was my guess. It would have had to have been titanium. Aluminum wouldn't have been able to do it, but because of the low ballistic coefficient of this aircraft, of this spacecraft, low ballistic coefficient, you could just sit in the upper atmosphere all day and your peak heating wouldn't be any higher than you'd see on an SR-71 going like Mach 5. As long as you stayed up there. This would have the single most shallow re-entry. It would have to have the most shallow re-entry of anything. I'm doing fan-freaking-tastic. I just got done with that interview. Did you nail it, 12? Can we determine at what size to weight ratio? Well, Ando, that's called ballistic coefficient. Yeah. Yes, you can. there's a certain point where if you make a craft that's big enough and light enough, you don't need a thermal protection system. You can just make it out of regular material, and that's your TPS. What if you just use titanium where it's needed and aluminum elsewhere? Well, Freaky, you're getting into a little bit of metallurgy here. Here's my question to you. Sure, you could do that. But they didn't do that on the SR-71. They made the entire thing out of titanium. Why would they do that? Starship is the same way. Do you think every part of Starship needs to be stainless steel? No, but they made it only out of stainless steel. Why would you do that? The SR-71 was really hot all over the place? Yes and no. They are recommending me for an on-site tour second interview. Hell yeah, 12. That's amazing. So think about it like this. That's right. You guys got it. If you have part of a plane that's made out of aluminum and part of a plane that, or aluminum, excuse me, and part of a plane that's made out of titanium, titanium and aluminum expand and contract at different rates. So if you're making a space plane, this is the reason why they made the space shuttle entirely out of aluminum. And certain components on the space shuttle were made out of titanium, but not structural. All the structural parts of the shuttle were made out of aircraft aluminum. And there's a very good reason for that. So they all expand and contract at the same rate. Because if you have titanium and aluminum, titanium is going to expand and contract at a different rate than aluminum. And if the aluminum expands too fast, it's going to break off from the titanium. Because it expands and contracts at a different rate. That makes things very complicated. This is another thing that Kerbal does not get into. Material science. The material sciences there are huge. This is why aircraft aren't made... Certain components are made out of different materials on an aircraft. But for the most part, the frame of the aircraft is made out of one type of metal. Once again, Starship, Space Shuttle, all the same. X-37 most likely is aluminum as well, if I had to guess, but we don't know that for sure. Dream Chaser... Now, Dream Chaser is carbon composite from what I understand. If we go look at SNC's Twitter. Dream Chaser is composite, if I'm remembering right, but it's all made out of one thing. The reason the fuel tanks leaked like a sieve on the SR-71 until it got to altitude and temperature, that's correct. Yeah, you have to just kind of accept the fact that the thing might the thing might leak fuel down here, so it works correctly up there. It feeds into another thing that I like to tell people, Vulcan. Airplanes are not designed to work down here very well. They're designed to work up there, where they're operating for the most part a lot better. Sierra should have some pictures of Dream Chaser on here somewhere. Who's that? Oh, nice. Oh, there's some pieces of it. TPS would use honeycomb metal panels, titanium aluminum for low temperature areas, and super alloy for high temperature areas. It would have been attached to the outer facing sheet using flexible standoffs. Those standoffs would have permitted the overlapping panel edges to slide over each other as they grew hot and expanded or cooled and contracted. Foil-wrapped thermal insulation blankets affixed to the outer-facing sheet would have provided additional thermal protection. Yeah, Vulcan. Yeah, I can't take off. Yeah, you gotta make some compromises somewhere, because you can't beat the laws of physics, Captain. So kind of like Venture Star. It is kind of like Venture Star, isn't it? Show me a picture of Dream Chaser, dang it. Yeah, whatever. We'll find another one later. That's from a technical paper on Star Raker I found on Scribed. Okay. So Rocket Guy, they basically have, to account for that differential deformation, I guess. They're expansion joints. It's like the expansion joint on a bridge. And that's another thing that Kerbal doesn't model is temperature. There are... Yeah, Vulcan. Kerbal's thermal is... I mean, let's be real here, dude. How fun would the game how fun would the game actually be if you had to manage a thermal protection system? It would suck. It would be so boring. Literally everything... So, guys, in real life... So I made the arrow shell for this thing, right? And I made a thermal protection system for it. In Kerbal, you don't need the TPS. I could just have tanks go up and down. It's really not a big problem. Because the thermodynamics in Kerbal are not nearly as hardcore as they are in real life. If Kerbal was more realistic, everything that went through here, everything that came through reentry that didn't have a heat shield would obliterate itself. There would be nothing left. Nothing would reach the ground. Yeah. Actually, Vulcan, we've been... With my thermal protection system here, I've been pioneering something with Kerbal thermodynamics. These panels by themselves hit critical mass very easily and they overheat. They don't have very high tolerance, but if you string a bunch of them together, they end up working like tiles. And what's crazy about this is because of the way I string them together. See how they're in stripes? It actually shows the heating. These tiles up at the top are not going to be nearly as hot as the tiles down at the bottom, which is pretty cool. I thought that was really neat. But anyway, I'm going to get back to placing these struts. But yeah, cool little deep dive. But either way, at the end of the day, guys, I want to try making Star Raker. I've learned enough about making arrow shells from this and from the K90 program to be able to make it happen. I can make one of these in KSP. I'm pretty dang sure. If you guys haven't seen the K90 is a blended wing body program that we did a little while back to make a long-range cargo plane that can fly anywhere in KSP. Like literally anywhere. The K90 can go wherever it wants to. And it can land in water, so it's a big blended wing flying boat. There it is. I can make Star Raker. Oh yeah, we can make that. It's not that much of a stretch between that thing and Star Raker, to be honest with you. I would love to buy one and get it running, JuiceBot, to place those ground stations. What was the final goal of mission mode? Chat really denotes what the goal is, Hopesaw. The current directive is still the moon. Get these things operational to get a viable pathway, and reliable pathway to the moon. The real question is, will we fund a Star Raker? No, you guys would fund an SSTO. The engineering decisions are my job, remember? You're doing some next level stuff. Well, Vulcan, yeah, I always try to build stuff in a way where I can use it as in a way to explain things. Believe it or not, dude, like, I'm not trying to brag. This sucker right here, the SSTO, is one of the first things. It's one of the first vehicles that I've made in KSP that's actually not designed to fly correctly. It's not designed to fly well. It's designed to fly like the real one. So bad. It's designed to fly like trash. It does not fly very well down here. It sails through reentry. Reentry is a piece of cake. But it gets very aerodynamically unstable down here, just like the real one. Hey, Astromath, what's up? What was the propulsion system on Star Raker? You can make it similar to the real one with just whiplashes and a rocket engine. Whiplashes and shuttle motors, Rocket Guy could probably do it. Yeah. Yeah, we could get away with it with whiplashes, I think. Whiplashes with pre-coolers I mean, we would need a lot of whiplashes. And then in the back, it has 3 shuttle engines. I'm good, Math. Everything is good. Yeah, exactly, Vulcan. Yeah, the computer is the only thing that keeps an F-16 from not obliterating itself when it flies. My favorite one, Vulcan, is that the only thing... The F-22 is way more maneuverable than what we see flying around. The only reason why it's limited is because you don't want to kill the pilot. Cheers. The F-22 could do maneuvers that will literally kill the pilot on board. Yeah. That's how advanced that thing is aerodynamically. It can do maneuvers that would kill the pilot. Yep. Yeah. It's limited. The flight computers are limited on that thing, so it does not kill the person flying it. All right. Like too many G's? Yeah, Merkers. If the thing went like this, if you were flying on a high parabolic arc and you put the stick down, the thing would go like this, and all the blood would rush to your head, and it would pop like a zit. Yeah. Yeah. Cool? It's not really what I'd call that, but sure. All right. Let's get back to work. Your head wouldn't pop like a zit. Most likely the capillaries will burst in your eyes, and then, yeah, that's not good. Yeah, you don't want that. Did someone test that, or is that just a theory? Well, you have one guy to thank for figuring out most of this stuff. We can get rid of the hierarchy picture. Hey, Drummer. Just implement Tesla's FSD beta package into the F-22. Problem solved. X, you have this guy to thank for that. John Stapp is... Yeah, he's basically credited for figuring out the limits of the human body when it comes to G-forces and flying around. This guy, Stapp, strapped himself to a rocket-powered sled with an ejector seat on it. Yeah, and he survived, and he did this multiple times. But, yeah, he figured out, just in terms of G-forces, what the human body can really do. Yeah. 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 Rocket sleds. Seriously. Yeah, John Stapp is the guy you have to thank for why, for like how we know the limits of G-forces on the human body. Dude, the other thing that would do is they'd launch this thing down the track, and it would go into water, log plume style, to decelerate, to test the deceleration forces. Oh, dude, I can't believe he survived every single test. Look at that. See what I mean about your capillaries bleeding in your eyes? Literally, he was like hitting the water so fast that the deceleration gave him black eyes. Like getting a shiner, getting punched in the face. Because literally it's same kind of accelerated versus decelerated forces. Yeah, Stapp's a legend, dude. You should read about Stapp. It's unbelievable. Guy literally strapped himself to a rocket sled multiple times. Like, he did it once and he was like, oh, okay, we gotta push further. Like, dude, there's so many modern safety standards that are around because of this guy, not just with planes. Lap belt. Also developed by STAP as an added safety measure, was an improved version of the currently used shoulder strap and lap belt. The new high-strength harness withstood 45 Gs of deceleration. Yeah, exactly, microwave. Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah, read about John Stapp. You want to read why modern aviation safety standards have that guy to thank. All right, so let's, I'm going to start at the front with the struts systems and move my way all the way back. So the first thing we got to do is move the payload bay back down into position. Move the pooched bay back into position. And then we got to close up all the wing panels here. Close all this stuff up and make sure that our tank fitment is correct. Okay. Have you seen Tim Dodd's Firefly tour by any chance? I haven't had time to check it. Oh, yeah, drummer. That actually reminds me. Give me 1 second. You won't be disappointed. Firefly's pretty cool, came here, huh? Those guys are cool. Tom Marcusik's a cool dude. Give me 1 second, dudes. Yep, okay. I think I heard him plead insanity. Is crazy about doing stuff like that. Yeah. 12, welcome back. Honestly, the small sat launch market is insane. I'm worried about not having enough small sats, though. See, Balaxy, once again, that feeds into a much bigger thing with the launch market. Oh, looks like the fuel line needs to go down a little bit. That feeds into a much bigger thing with the launch market. Now, and once again, we've talked about this before on stream, and I'm pretty sure you've been here when we've talked about this stuff in the past. there's this real thing going on in the industry right now. A lot of people are making rockets now, but a lot of people still have questions about that. Hey, Airborne, 37-month resub. A lot of people have questions about that. Everybody's making rockets. Is there enough demand for all these rockets? And the way that feeds in, right, is basically comes down to this. Do you build a rocket anticipating a demand? Like, are you building a rocket because there's a lot of demand for small sats? Are you building a rocket because there's a demand for all these satellites to be launched? Or are you building a rocket anticipating demand for those satellites? Basically, will the market come if you have the will the market come if you have the rocket, or do you build the rocket for the market? Dude, if I knew the answer to that question, I wouldn't be streaming Kerbal on Twitch. Yeah, like I said, if I knew the answer to that, yeah, wouldn't be streaming on Twitch. We would be, I would be running a company. You know, like, that goes into, now we're getting into economics and macroeconomics of commercial spaceflight. Like, where does, like, how big of a rocket do you make? Do you go SpaceX's route? Elon's idea is just build a rocket that's big enough to literally do anything, and you will eat up all the demand. You build a rocket that's better than everybody else, that's full reuse, you go full ham on this problem, and, you know, there you go. It's a similar anticipated demand to what the 747 had. The Boeing 747 there was not so much a need for something like that. There wasn't so much need for something like that, but the 747 generated a market that we didn't even know existed, that Boeing didn't even know existed before it came about, right? Like you think, case in point, do you think Boeing thought that the 747, when they designed it, when Joe Sutter designed the 747, do you think he thought that, you know, the thing would be still being made, let alone used? They're still manufactured. They still manufacture these planes 50 years on. Well, more than 50 years on. Like, it's hard to know. I'm worried that more money is being spent on building rockets. So that's, Galaxy, that would mean that you're building in anticipation of a market that will develop. Because we have way more rockets than payloads, supposedly, right? Hey, Abdallah, what's going on? I did, Airborne. Classy. He's a classy dude. It's a hard thing to know. Yeah, GNAC. Literally, speaking of. And it looks like Airbus made a similar bet with the A380 and lost. Yep. At a Space Commerce panel at Von Braun 2021, panelists agree that there's overinvestment in launch vehicles versus other space market sectors. Need to better educate investor community on the industry. Actually, that's kind of where I'm, like, what I'm wondering, dude. Everybody wants to build all these launch vehicles. Who's gonna build all the, like, okay, how do I explain this? The airline industry is going to need, or the spaceflight industry is going to need safety standards. It's going to need safety standards, and it's going to need a standardized form of testing if we really want to take this seriously. It's going to have to be treated like the plane industry. So you're going to have standardized testing. Think testing criteria like crash tests, like Euro NCAP tests in the EU, and National Highway, the NHTA or NHSA or something. Like, we have crash tests, right? And it's a standardized form of failure mode testing for cars. There's a similar one for airplanes. There's the FAA standards for, you know, being able to make a plane that's basically able to move people around, etc., right? You can't just go and build a Wright Flyer in your garage and start an airline, right? I mean, you can, but you have to get FAA approval, right? They have to approve the design. So we're going to need some form of standardized testing. What are those standardized test stands going to look like? What is the standard testing criteria, and who's going to fill that market, you know?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
What's the average cost to build a satellite? It depends on what it's doing. It's entirely based off of capability. Okay, we have the strut there already. What about for you? No strut there. Okay, so there needs to be another set of struts right here going to there. That's the stuff that I don't think people are taking into account. Like, everybody's on about making a multi-user spaceport, but right now a multi-user spaceport is basically a company leasing out a pad and building their own custom launch pad you know, and custom integration facilities for every rocket, which is customizable. Every rocket is different. They're all dissimilar architecture, right? They're all an Electron doesn't look like a Vega rocket. Two different things, two entirely separate launch facilities, etc. Like, if we want to get to that point, we have to have some form of standardized kind of thing like the airline industry. If we want to really like go multiplanetary and do it realistically, it has to be like flying commercial airliners. You know, not necessarily like building rockets. And don't get me wrong, there already is acceptance criteria to an extent, but like, you need to. There's a lot of different things. That tweet by Jeff Balksy is basically right. There's a lot of things that we're not taking into account here. It's not just, oh, everybody build a rocket. In fact, honestly, like, you know, people are like, oh, EJ, when are you starting your own rocket company? Ha ha ha. Like, I probably wouldn't start a small sat company right now, or a small vehicle launcher. That's great. That's not what I clicked on at all, game. That was the road trip. It was awesome, Crown. One of my favorite things that I've done on Twitch. Also, what are you building? Anyway, it's not just airplanes where people are main cargo. Just, yeah. You know you can just Control-Z, right? Control-Z memory leaks the game, Blue Shorts. I figure you'd have a little bit more faith in me than that. Nah, it's all good, man. I'm just busting your chops. Yeah, I don't like hitting Control-Z. It's Control-Z screws with the hierarchy and mem leaks the game. I'm not a fan. Okay, those struts are redundant to those ones right there. We have a cross strut right there. Is that why my planes just fall apart randomly? Well, it's because of the hierarchy, Crown, but yeah. I went into a little thing about hierarchy stuff a little while at the beginning of the stream. It's more of a total X brace like this. There. Alright, cool. New Shatner interview. I'll check it out. Alright, I'll look into it. I never knew that, though. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the undo button in this game. Okay, so... there's the anchor struts that I put right here. I need to anchor that payload bay to the front fuel tank. There we go. Okay, that landing gear array for the front landing gear is good. Alright, we gotta go up and make sure these panels here. Alright, that one needs to be strutted right there. Okay, it already is. This one needs to be strutted right here. That's correct. What about you? Where does this hierarchy end? So that one needs to be strutted right there. It already has one. Sweet. This one needs to be strutted right there. Okay. Sweet. Now, that was that one. So this guy needs to be strutted as well. Now these wings right here also need to be strutted to the fairing. So they don't move. Oh, I never explained my degrees of separation thing with reversing the flow on the hierarchy. I'll explain that some other time. Hey, Arona Space, what's going on? I missed what you said about William Shatner and Blue Origin. I was on call, sorry, but I wanted to hear what your thoughts were. The whole thing was worth it just to hear William Shatner speak about, hearing him speak about, flying into space at the end, man. Yeah. Well, I have to get ready for work. I'll see you later. All right, 12. Why are there no color names? DV, it has to do with, Better Twitch TV. If you temporarily disable BTTV, it'll go back to normal. But that means we can't coggers, dude. And I'm, like, not happy about that. I do not like being kept away from my cogs. It's not very coggers. It's the only part of the Lotchwood felt genuine and human. Yeah, I'll be honest with you, Boxy. I really didn't give a crap about the other people on board. Not that I didn't give a crap about their safety before that gets taken out of context. Like, Chris, Glenn, and Audrey are cool. Like, but it's the freaking captain. Heck, even if I was on that space flight, I'd be much more, like... After the space flight, I wouldn't be celebrating. I'd want to go hear what the captain said, even if I was on the freaking thing. Like, it's not that I don't think, you know, like, they're cool, and I'm happy that they're investing in commercial space flight. That really makes me happy. But, yeah. Inspiration 4... Galaxy, Inspiration 4 was done right. I think they did it right. I was a little concerned why, you know, with them, like, not showing anything, but there's a reason why. It's because they wanted to trickle that content later, which is fine. That's totally fair. It's a sad week, but I'm okay. Alright. Well, hey, cheer up. Hopefully I can make your day better. Hopefully. It was really cool of Elon to tweet out to Blue Origin about getting William Shatner to space. Elon's real, dude. That's why I like him so much, Airborne. He calls it like it is, which, once again, I really appreciate him for that. The guy's not afraid to call out bullcrap when he sees it, but when he sees some real advancement being made, he's also not afraid to be like, that's amazing, good job. That's why I like him. The guy has one of the most like one of the best bullcrap filters that I've ever seen. You know? He has a BS detector, dude, like you would not believe. The Netflix show was a great idea, and making the whole thing just a cover for charity is how it should be done. Agreed. To fix the better Twitch TV white text issue, all you have to do is reset the settings, then everything will be back to normal. All the tanks are placed. I'm just replacing all the struts right now. Better Twitch TV settings are located in the Twitch chat settings on the website. Oh, okay. Where's the damn reset button? I think that Bezos missed an opportunity. Before launch, they should have gotten Shatner to say, take us out. Yeah, I agree. Don't know if I told you I got vice president of your school Student Veterans of America chapter. Hey, good job. It's the eye icon in VTTV settings. Oh, reset to default. Hopefully I didn't just break something. But I didn't really have anything configured in the first place. Let's try it. Ready? Coggers. Hey, it works. All right, cool. All right, back to work. Hang on, guys. I got a DM. I got to check it. Yeah. Yeah. I'll ask around. Cool. So how about that trucky emote missing a wheel? Yeah. Get with... Dude, get... I'll just say it. Home and get with drummer. We'll... Yeah. Yeah. Dude, yeah. It's no problem. No problem. Of course, man. Go ahead. Have you ever gone to myplan.com and taken the assessments for personality and career? No, I don't need a website to tell me how I react to things. Nah, man. I don't do that. Airborne, the thing about those tests, dude, is that you're going to take the test and you're going to, whatever that stupid test tells you, you're going to let that define you as a person. And I think that's stupid. I think that's dumb and I think it's counterintuitive. Like, think about it, man. What if you, like, click the wrong button or something and then the test says that you're, you know, you have high anxiety, right? Oh, I have high anxiety? Oh, I didn't know that. You know, maybe I should do that. When in reality, you don't know that. Maybe you clicked the wrong friggin' button. You know what I mean? I hate that. I don't like stuff like that. Not a fan. Dude, in Airborne, you'll know this being ex-mil. You take ownership of the problem and you fix it, dude. You want to get better at something, just do it. Like, okay, you know, you have high anxiety, right? Just not you. Like, just say as an example, you have high anxiety, all right? Like, and don't get me wrong, like, this isn't mental health help or anything. Like, though I can only speak to my experiences, dude. I've had anxiety from problems. Like Route 154 gave me a ton of anxiety. Dude, think about it. You throw a frigging tire, your tire bounces down the frigging road on stream. Like, think about how frigging embarrassing that is. I'm not gonna say I wasn't for a second there like, oh no.
Discovery.
But,
Throttle up.
you know, I took ownership of that problem, I figured it out, and we fixed it, and we were ready to go the next day. You know, there's stuff that's going to give you anxiety. I like going towards the anxiety, believe it or not. But that's how I do it. Everyone's different. Everyone is completely different. You didn't see the tire rolling there, right? Remember, you're in control of your life. What you let influence you is something that's on your terms. I have a terrible fear of public speaking. Shake, sweats. To beat it, I became a high school physics teacher. For a bit, and now I do it for Twitch as a hobby. GravShark, working in retail eliminated my social awkwardness completely. I don't have any problems talking to people anymore, unless it's an astronaut, in which case I just go back to being 12 and go, hi, Kevin, you know. Like, yeah. You know. It's called taking the bull by the horns. taking the bull by the horns. It's a metaphor for how I live my life, but that actually happened, you know. I'm not sure, dude. I'm not. That's terms of service, Forge. I'm not showing that on stream. I don't know. I met with my doctor and got a diagnosis that severely helped with my biggest issues. Anecdotal opinion. B-Soul, this is the biggest thing. And this is what I have to try to convey. I am speaking about me. This is how I do things. That is not how everybody else does it, and it's not an end-all be-all solution. I am a stubborn Italian person from Boston, and I have to deal with problems a different way. Like, I deal with it in a very different way than most people. I go towards it. I go towards the chaos. Because that's how I have to do it. If I sit there avoiding the chaos, I'm not going to get anything done. That's why I invented mission mode. Literally run towards the chaos and build stuff like this, which is insane. This thing is nuts even by like mission mode 1 standards. It's ridiculous. I'm totally socially awkward. Yeah. Work retail for a little while. It'll beat that right out of your system. Once again, what I do doesn't work for everybody, and I understand that. And once again, I can only speak to my personal experiences, you know? That's it. Personal opinion, we lack enough control on our lives to give even more control away to an unreliable online test. I had a flashing vision of you in the big dig. Wait, what, Vulcan? Yeah. Oh, running towards the chaos. Whoa, this is a big chungus. What's up, Scary? Yo, Scree, check this out. I don't know if you've seen it, dude. The only reason I'm showing this to Scary is because he saw how crappy that interior is. Dude, it took me forever. Lots of goof off, lots of buffing, and lots of detailer. Look at the dash, man. Dude, Brimo and I had the whole dash apart. We brought that thing right around. Yeah. So I have an awesome thing to say. Last night, a group I'm part of saved 2 lives because we were able to intervene and get 2 single fathers the help they needed. Cop showed up. Nice, Airborne. There you go. Yeah. Dude, I mean, you could tell because the crappy air vents. We still got to replace those. Dude, you know what I'm really thinking about? Like, okay, the dashboard on this thing is very cheap. It's very cheap plastic. But it's cheap plastic not because it's a frigging luxury vehicle. It's cheap plastic because it's a damn truck. Ford made everything on this super freaking modular. It's modular to the point where it's like Legos. Like, the interiors on these, you can swap out. I could swap out a Bronco's dash and put this thing in it. It'll bolt right in because it's all in the OBS chassis, right? Dude, you can do so much cool stuff with this thing. I could literally swap out the gauge cluster and put a tack in, and the wire harness is already modular and it'll already pick up on it. I could literally pull this thing apart. This thing that's where the computer is, right? And it has a battery on it to save your mileage, right? You could take that thing off, and I could swap it with the XLT dash, and it'll hook right up. Same plugs. So we could end up getting a tack for this thing. It won't cost too much. It turns out these trucks, there's a lot of things that you can do with them, which is really cool. They're really, really easy to work on, and you can do a ton of stuff. Like if I wanted a red dash, 5 bolts, we can get a red dash plate if we want to. If I wanted to replace the entire dash fascia, we could do it. No problem. Now, don't get me wrong. We took this thing apart, and it very much looks like the guy who owned this truck or Hoonigan or something punched the dashboard because there's tons of stuff that's broken in here. Either that or it just saw a lot of wear and tear. I don't want to see that, Sage. I don't want to see that, Sage. Forge, I don't want to see it. Ranger at F-150. Vulcan, it's a 250. Vulcan, if I'm remembering correctly, you're newer, so you came in at either on the tail end of 154 or very recently. I bought a truck in California from Hoonigan, and I slapped it. Scary, me, and Ernok, another viewer, slapped that truck together in a parking lot in Long Beach, and then I drove it home. Yeah, I drove it from Long Beach, California to Boston. It's 3,000 miles, and it made it. Not after it had some certain problems. Let's just say there's a reason why that tire is a different color than the other 3 tires. It's kind of an F300 if you split the difference. It's got a lot of cool stuff on there, Scary. And we could, dude, like power windows, no problem. Go find an XLT. Pull it right off. It doesn't matter if it's a 150, 250, or 350. You want King Ranch interior? Oh, yeah. You want bucket seats? It's a bracket. Ford, the way Ford did bucket seats on these trucks is they have a bracket, and the bottom of the bracket is the bench seat pickup locations, and then the top of the bracket has the springs for a bucket seat. You could put bucket seats, you could put a center console in it. I've been reading so much about this thing lately. I was going to go to the junkyard this morning, but I decided that if I went to the junkyard, I would spend all day pulling parts off of one of these things. And I decided that we'll do it on Monday. Yeah, Joe, it's a beast. Yeah, use Diet Coke. There are parts from Michigan trucks, dude. Joe, this thing, I went down to, you'll actually know this. I went to Fox's, dude. Holy crap, dude. There were so many of these trucks in there. I took an XLT grill and an XLT bumper, that's an XL bumper. XLT grill, I'm going to get the chrome bezels for it. We'll do all the headlights up. I mean, I can't believe how much of a Lego kit this truck is. Fox's is dope, dude. I could spend all day in there. Me and Primo's dad almost did. We spent all of Monday in that place. Running Towards the Chaos would make a good song name. Yeah, I mean, Route 154 is a good example of running towards the chaos. This was an insane idea, and I can't believe it frigging worked. I can't believe the thing friggin' worked. There it is at Willow. I mean, this truck's a friggin' monster, dude. And I've been trying to go around the pick and pulls to get all of the, and to try and get like OEM stuff to put it all back together. You should see the truck, guys. You should see the truck now. I mean, it doesn't look that far off from like this on the inside, but once again, we detailed the interior and everything. And dude, the interior looks brand new. It looks like it just rolled off the line. I wanted to change seats to leather, and Nissan told me it wasn't legal for them to change them, only cover them. Ew. That's gross. Alright. So, did I get the strut here? Yep. And do we have the struts that go from the structure? Nope. That's the aft payload segment here. Hey, homing. Can't wait to tune in tomorrow to see how dev goes. There you go. But yeah, dudes, it was awesome trip. I want to do that with the Cornet. I want to do one with the Cornet, and then obviously one with the 59. But oh, that actually reminds me. We have another Route 154 coming. It's not as crazy as this one, don't worry. Maybe Lunprod. Is your goal for horizontal takeoff? No, Doom. My goal is to just fix that whole, the thing exploding on touchdown problem. Alright, guys, I need to go back and look at the block B1 SSDO to make sure that I remembered all the struts. Alaska to Boston. We'd need a 4x4 conversion Sun Temple, but that's easy to do. I mean, well, it's not. You have to find the right parts. It's very important to find the right parts, but yeah, you need a 4x4 to go up the Alcan Highway. It would look good with a camper shell on the back, Lunprod, but I'm thinking a tonneau cover would be really cool. A tonneau would be nice. Alright, I gotta go back in here and look at the strut configuration on the tanks. This thing should look exactly the same on the outside. Okay, yep. Oh, I see what I did there. And then there's one cross strut going there and there. Okay. And then there's forward struts to the fairing. Okay. Double cross. Okay. Alright, I actually remembered most of them. That's actually pretty cool. Yep. To the fairing. Yep. What about down here? Did it remember how to do all these? Okay, so there's the third strut in line here on the landing gear. Third strut in line goes all the way up to the payload bay. Cool. Yep. Okay. That one goes to the wing there. That one goes to the wing there. There's two struts there. Actually, I remembered most of them off the top of my head, which is pretty cool. Truck bed cover would be fit. Joe, I found one at Fox's. We didn't have the truck there. We drove a different car there because the truck wasn't running. Dude, I found a bed liner for it, man. I found all this cool stuff at Fox's. I gotta see if they have it around here. Give me 1 second. Just watched an old 1945 cartoon explaining the remote bubble turret system on the B-29 Super Fortress, and holy cats, the B-29 is a complex, amazing piece of machinery. Flykin, it's light years ahead of its time. Like, oh yeah, it's... Tap, give it a little tappy. Yeah, we'd need to switch to twin I-beam force. We'd need to switch to twin I-beam suspension, Vanguard. But like, that's the thing. I don't. So okay. So I'll be honest. I did a little bit of research here, but I haven't done too much. If someone wants, Vanguard, if you want to go look into it, right? I'm pretty like, if you type in like 4x4 conversion for a 96 Ford into YouTube, it'll come up with a video of a guy swapping his front suspension from twin I-beam to Leafs for a live front axle. It won't be the twin I-beam 4x4, right? It won't be that. It'll be a live axle in the front. See that right there? Twin eyes, baby. That's really cool. Which is very, very peculiar to me. Yeah, twin eyes are sick. So they made twin eye beam. That's what my suspension looks like. Very similar to that. It's independent suspension, independent front, with the pivot point on the control arm on the opposite frame rail of the wheel. That's how they made these. It's like a scissor lift for suspension. It's really smart. They do make 4x4 versions of that right there. And as far as I can tell, it's just swapping the control arms. Yeah, the pumpkin is on the control arm, which is, once again, it's truck suspension, guys. It's truck suspension. It's not supposed to be a Euro touring coupe. It's supposed to do stuff like that. Hey, Everest. So as far as I can tell, it's just swapping this. You swap the control arm for one that has a diff in it, and then obviously a drive shaft, and then you need the transfer case. And then obviously some electronic stuff to be able to hook that all up. But for the most part with the OBS trucks, it's all still mechanical. I'm sure there's some kind of electronic, the transfer case is still mechanical as well. I'm sure there's some kind of electronic indicator to show that you're in 4x4 mode, but if I know this truck, if I'm looking at this truck correctly, these OBS Fords, old body style, if I'm looking at them correctly, it should just swap, and you should just be able to modularly fit all this stuff in together. These trucks are cool, man. This ain't necessarily the case overseas, but in the US, in Canada, and Mexico, parts are aplenty for this thing. There's literally one in every wrecking yard across the country. Ask me how I know. You should just be able to swap it. I mean, I don't see why you wouldn't be able to. But yeah, twin I-beam is very cool. It's a very, very interesting off-road heavy-duty suspension. See that? How do you know? I've driven across the country and been to wrecking yards in California. I've seen wrecking yards on the side of the road in Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, Oklahoma, Missouri. Yeah, these trucks are everywhere. Hey, Smirks, morning, man. How are you? Yeah. Smirks, what do you make of that? Pretty interesting, huh? Ford came up with that in the 60s. I don't know why they still don't do it. It's a good idea. Now the radius arm, I'm not 100% sure. Maybe that doesn't swap. There's a reason why more people don't do this. All right, little tangent here real quick before we finish the SSTO. So that's the type of suspension that I have in my truck right there. Raised by Pandas. I think they'll still had manual locking front hubs. Yeah. That's a conversion on a 2011. So let's do 1996. F250, 4x2 to 4x4. 4x2 just is the truck way of saying it's two-wheel drive. See? Oh, that, dude. I mean, that's an F-150, but that would look really cool. I want to make it four-wheel drive. I know hardly anything about drive terrain stuff. There's a guy selling a 308 Dana 44 front axle complete. Yeah, the gearing, we have to get the gearing straight front and back. I'd need a 410 front axle, which is... Why would you want 4x4? Merkers, it's honestly just to see. I'm just, like, I don't... If we were going to do like a crazy trip up the Elken Highway and I would need to convert this to 4x4, and I don't really have a plan to do it. There's no need to do it for what I want this truck to do. If we're just going to be going on road trips from like here to Florida or whatever, it's not that big of a deal. I'm much more concerned about getting that second fuel tank or an extended fuel tank in there, you know? On the other hand, the Astra sit-down with Thomas Berghardt is really disappointing. I couldn't even watch it. It sounds like made-up PR, and poor Thomas is just there to read questions they prepared for him. Kamir, yeah, that's something as somebody that covers spaceflight, I strive to never, ever, ever, ever be like that. It's very annoying. Just reading questions off a damn cue card. But yeah, interesting. I haven't actually watched that, dude. is putting a permanent second battery inverter in a Raspberry Pi. I had fun wiring up my 7090 150 like that, and it didn't even have onboard diagnostics. It was also fun putting in Android stereo. Yeah, Aqua, I want to make a trick like that, dude. Like, take Tough Enough and, you know, obviously I want to do some power adders too. Turbos would be hilarious on that thing. You know, I would put turbos on it, you know, for safety, you know, to get better, for emissions, get better fuel economy. Yeah, I think we should do twin turbos on it, because, or a compound turbo setup, because that would be hilarious. You know, we're driving long range, so I need better fuel economy for reasons. Yeah, so we can be on time. Yeah, you know, for safety. Yeah, I also need to dynamat the heck out of that truck and redo all the seals and not replace the rear glass. I need a new seal kit for the rear glass. Yeah, it helps filter more atmosphere, Smirks, right? Yeah, see? We're being environmentally conscious, okay? Did you see the regular cars video about your Mustang? Yeah. You know, jokes and memes aside, what Mr. Regular said about it is actually really cool. I actually agree with it, Doom. It's a really fun car. It's a fun daily driver. It's not... Yeah, it's a muscle car. Yeah, you can hoon about in it. But, dude, it's just a nice, fun car to drive. Yeah, he has the red one. The red one that they're using as a giveaway. I watched all of it, yeah. I like it. I think, dude, I really like that Mustang. S197s, dude, they're really, really cool cars. You can do so much with them. But also, in stock form, it's actually really, it's not a bad little piece of equipment, man. Yeah, it's a safety thing. Yeah, see? You guys get it. Okay, so I have a cross up here, so we'll put a cross strut down here. Well, Brimo, I can, with Dynamat, it's like, with the Dynamat, Bree, we could literally get it like a recording studio in there. But the only thing is that you wouldn't be able to hear the damn engine. You wouldn't hear the engine revving and stuff, which is, I know people wanted to hear that, because part of what people liked from Route 154 is hearing the engine pull. I don't even think an engine bay mic. How cool would it be to have like a binaural mic, Smirks, on the on like near the exhaust, so you can hear the blub 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 blub. That would also make it like so chat can hear the engine, and you know, Merkers, I know, you know, if you heard something like a like something like that, you'd be like, oh, it's misfiring. I don't know how we'd hook that up without the thing getting destroyed on the road. Like if it rains or something, the thing would get wrecked, but I'm sure we could figure something out. Well, I have a couple people, Altia, looking into trying to find a way to do onboard diagnostics with either OBD1 or 2. I always, every time I get into the truck, I always forget to check if it's OBD1 or 2. One, I think. Yeah, there was an exemption on those things. OBD2 was mandatory on most vehicles. But trucks always get a weird exemption from time to time. So yeah, it's hard to say. Yeah, I'll have to go check some of that stuff out later. Now there's the forward components to the fairing here. Headers to sort out, then exhaust, and whatever top end stuff you can get a hold of for intake manifold heads and cam. Yep. All right. Here, let me check. Let's do the test. Ready? Yep. There's not many struts for the payload bay, like right here to the fuel tanks.
Hi.
Hey, what's up?
I have an obligation to show these to you on stream.
Okay.
Pokemon Oreos. They came. Are you ready to... We gotta eat them all. Gotta eat them all, Chet. Why are you so mad?
Because I don't have one in my mouth.
I'm working on it. How do I don't want to ruin Pikachu. Oh, lift. Lift. You gotta watch for a Mew, my mom said. Or Mewtwo. They're like super rare or something. I got a Squirtle. And a Rowlet. And a screwed up Grookey. Yeah, they're Pokemon.
Cool.
Gotta be a ball, that's right.
Where do you get these, baby?
I don't know, my mom sent them to us. I think she got them on Amazon.
Jeffrey Bezos. Do they taste like Pokemon? They... No. Bruh. What's up, 95? Yeah, Goldwinger. There's plenty of stuff that we could do. I'm not sure about going full camper on it, though, dude. Holly EFI. Alright. I need to check something here. 729 parts. That one's 729, and this one is 698. That's kind of scurry. Because that means I'm missing... That means we're missing some. Jesus, Doom. Link shortener, my brother. A Holly Terminator X Ford kit. Plug and play for 48, engine control 302, 351 to 460. Interesting. Maybe you don't need as many struts. Well, Rocket Guy, you're probably right. With this reinforced design that utilizes auto struts and symmetry, I probably don't. However, I want to know what struts aren't there. I'm missing supposedly 20 struts here. So we have that one there. Oh, there's one. I found one that we don't have. Look at all these people flexing knowledge in the chat. Knowledge about trucks. I love it. I'm with my own kind. You know what? I'm kind of tempted to just put the thing out. Oh my god. Turks. Indeed. That's a set that we didn't get. There's an X brace there. And then we have double struts there. Wait, one of them is off the fairing and another one is off the nose cone. Well, Aqua, here's the thing. That other one had my reinforcement struts in an attempt to fix the structural flaw here, so take away 8 from that. So we're at 704 right now. And it was at 729? So there's 4 struts on either side, so take that, so it's 721, which means we're still 15 short, which is strange. Wait, do I not have something holding these together? So that's big tank to small. Why is it an odd number of struts? Oh no, man. Rocket, that means that I have a strut somewhere that's just on the center line. That's not in symmetry. My guess would be somewhere in here like this. But with the grandparent struts, like, I'm pretty sure we don't need them. But also at the same time, we should probably be careful. Is there a payload in the other one? It's an odd number. I don't know. Let's check. I don't think so. I don't think there is. Nope. Nothing in here. Oh, fairing struts. There's fairing struts from the big tank to the fairing right there. So that's 4 that I missed. See those guys? Yeah, we don't have those on the other design. And what about up here? I have fairing to nose cone. We have fuel tank to fairing right there. Oh yeah, okay. I'm missing a couple here and there. It's not payload or any payload. It's not payload or anything, guys. It's just a couple of struts here and there that I missed. Stop being a big paylord. Wait, what? That was a joke. Please don't kill me. Oh, not in symmetry. Light the candle. I gotta put it out and get it integrated to the pad and fueled. I'll bet you that some of these struts are probably not needed with the new reinforced design. We really should focus on stuff that, because the tanks are now they're now free floating in a slightly different way, because they're attached to a different thing. There probably isn't as many struts that we need, but there probably isn't as many struts as we need, but the thing is that, I'm just placing all the struts from the old design in, and then when I see, like, if I can physically see all the struts in front of me where they need to go, then I should be able to like visually see like what should be there and what shouldn't. What time is it there? Loopy, I redid the tank design because of the touchdown stuff. When it touches the ground, it blows up. I reconfigured the tanks. Yarg helped me out with this one. I reconfigured the tanks and basically put the tanks in a similar type of hierarchical design to the launch pad, where they're attached via symmetry off of the girder segment here, and then they use grandparent strut. You know, grandparent strut symmetry. You know all about that. So yeah, I'm kind of just placing all the struts back in the same places that they were previously, and kind of going from there. Like, struts I know that I'm not going to need are probably this one, because in this new design, this tank right here is attached to that tank. See how it highlights when I select the tank that's closer to us? I'll probably keep it just in case, but Corona Space, it's 3:30 where I'm at right now. The singular strut was right here. There's no kill like overkill, indeed. I don't want SVI on the panel. I want it on the fairing. All right, I'm gonna put it out. Let's see what happens. This one would be number 9. Because 8 exploded. Well, no, that's not true, Panta. 4 is still around. 4 was the Pathfinder. It's the one that's missing all the parts. Merkers, I basically want tough enough, or the F2 shitty, you can call it either one. I want that truck to be able to spin that 1025 axle. I want to be able to basically hit the gas and have the rear wheels go, you know? So is that like 3 million Kerbucks spent on the program in vehicles? Yep. Like 1.5 mil of that, well no, maybe about 1 million of that rocket guy was used on doing drop tests, trying to figure out where the structural bugger was. I think the older truck would be better suited to doing burnouts. No, dude, you don't understand. I want torque. I want torque because if we load that thing down with a camper shell and all the streaming equipment, etc., etc., it needs the torque so my miles per gallon doesn't get completely boned. You need to have a little bit more torque, you know? How many total vehicles were lost? 7? Yeah. So one was a test article that got wrecked. 2 got destroyed. 3 got destroyed. 4 was the STA. 5 was an FTA that got destroyed. 6 flew into space. 7 flew into space. 8 flew into space. And 6 flew. It crashed. 7 flew. It landed. And then blew up on the pad because I missed a step on the pad. 8 flew and crashed when it landed. And now 9 is the Block 2 variant. It gets 15 miles to the gallon markers. 15 mpg is fine. See, like, I don't want to send this thing, dude. Dudes, like, I don't want to send it, and the reason why I don't want to send it is because what if those struts are at a critical area where we need it? But then again, if we just put it out right now, it ain't gonna hurt just setting it down. And if it blows up, well, that's gonna be a costly mistake. Mergers, long story short, I'm kind of obligated to make the thing do burnouts well because it's a Hoonigan truck. I have to have, it has to be able, you have to be able to hoon with it because it's ex-Hoonigan. It has to do it. It has to be able to do that. Hoonigan, yeah, the Hoonigan is a car lifestyle brand centered around having fun with cars. Like, you know, drifting, racing, you know, burnout, stuff like that. Alright, let's put 9 out and let's see what happens. Waking it up probably means sacrificing some low end though. Just headers and a couple of others. Yeah, turbos would be cool. A supercharger would be cool, but a heads and cam will get me what I need at the end of the day. Need some traction bars to help with wheel hop. That would be cool. Alright, 9 is out. Let's just do some quick messing with this thing. Here's the money test. You see clipping? Fantastic heads and a good cam are better than a fantastic cam and good heads. Yep, yep. Yeah, that was there. The problem is because we put this in symmetry, it mirrored the texture. So instead of the see how it has the checkerboard texture on it? It's because of mirror symmetry. It's white over here and it's dark over here. Nice, Forge. It's a big one, likes. Yeah, Doom, I agree. I had a crazy idea the other day of, I think I told you this, but a 4.9 for the truck, just because inline sixes are old school for trucks from the 50s. So if we put like a 4.9 and we basically swap the harness, and I know I just finished wiring the stupid thing, right? We swap the harness from out of like a 96 F-150 with a 4.9 in it or something. That would be really cool. I mean, Tessa, from Yarg's testing, it should be able to do it. This ain't no backwater plane, my boy. This right here is the top of the line spacecraft design. A Cobra 5.0 would be my take on the older truck. I think the inline six would be cooler. It would be more quote-unquote period correct. More trucks in the 50s came with inline engines than they did. I mean, Chevys had that Jimmy 6 and stove bolts and stuff, you know. Yeah, Tesla, the 4.9 inline 6 won't. It's a 4.9 liter inline, dude. It can't rev very high, but it makes a ton of torque, and that would be cool for a single cab short bed truck. Well, it already has a 302 in it. Yeah. I'm just gonna finish it in its current capacity, dude. I just want to get it running and driving. We can think about doing dumb stuff to it later. The 59 is what I originally planned for the Route 154 stuff to be done in. That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to stream road tripping in that thing. But yeah, de-stroke the 4.9. Yeah, that'd be kind of cool. But yeah, the 96, like I said, the Tough Enough kind of fell into my lap. I saw the opportunity and I seized it. So now, you know, what do we do with the 59? My thing with the 59 is that there's huge holes in the floors. There's huge holes in the floors. It needs metal work done, and I suck at metal work. Sell the 59 to Hoonigan? I would never do that. No. The 59 has been in my family for like 30 years. I'm not doing that. Not good at metalwork? When's that stopped you before? You'll learn. The 59 is close, though. The 59 will run and drive right now, Doom. There's still a couple of leaks in the brake lines, and it has no exhaust. But I could fill it up with gas and drive it right now. There's a lot of little things, though. A lot of odds and ends, though, that need to be figured out. Like one of the leaf spring shackles didn't go back on correctly on the front suspension that I have to figure out. I can show you guys more of this. On Monday, I think I'm going to do a junkyard run, and then I wanted to get the truck done by the summer, but I didn't do that because of Route 154. But yeah, okay, this all works. This is fine. I saw what I wanted to see. Let's recover this. But now I guess we'll just get it done by the winter. But EJ, the wheel doesn't fall off. How's the Coronet running? Coronet runs and drives just fine, Doom. It overheats, though. It needs, the radiator has a couple of pinhole leaks in it. It needs a new radiator. But other than that, that car is 100% mechanically good. It's just the radiator. It does have some rot. Some rot is starting to get at the rocker panels. But it's not anything that didn't need to already be replaced. It's rusting. It's rotting out components that were already pretty damn rotted. But yeah. Yeah, I know, Chris. Yeah. Lots of sort of running stuff that you got. The Coronet could run and drive. I could use the Coronet right now as a daily driver. I could use it to go get groceries. And for just driving around town. I would not drive to like Florida with it right now. It'll overheat. It'll break. The engine is good. There's some weird stuff going on. The carb needs to be tuned. The torque flight is fine. The rear end is fine. It could do with new shocks. Yeah, there's just a bunch of small things. Do you drive it currently? I didn't drive it a lot in 2020, Doom, because I didn't take it to a lot of car shows. But no, I drive around the Mustang right now. What I want the Coronet to do, what I want the Coronet to be is... Actually, I want to make that... I basically just want to restore it. Like, that's it. I just want to restore it. For now. They make tons of parts for those things. And yeah, see, like, I have all these vehicles that need a bunch of small things because stuff accumulates over time, and I want to stream working on that stuff, but, stuff gets in the way, so... But, dude, I could make tons of content out of all the small things that need to be fixed on the things right now. Doom, I'll be honest, what I'm really looking for is shop space. I need a place to work on these cars, or store them. Okay, so let's get the pad out. Tessa, I can't do that. 2 reasons. 1, my fiance now doesn't want to be far away from either one of our families. Florida is far away from both of our families. 2, Primo's job, they won't rip the Band-Aid off. They haven't said go full remote, which is annoying. They haven't ripped the damn Band-Aid off, which is stupid, but alright, let's do this. Let's put the big pad out. Wait, isn't she in software dev? They haven't gone full remote? GrabShark, they've been full remote for like basically since March of 2020. And then like 6 months ago they were like, oh yeah, in the summer we will go to a hybrid model. And then at the end of the summer, like during the summer, they were like, oh yeah, at the end of the summer we'll go to hybrid. And then at the end of the summer, they were like, oh yeah, at the end of the year, we'll go to hybrid. They just keep pushing it back and back and back and back and back. Hey, Emeth, I was able to catch just one stream of your road trip and it was awesome. LA to Boston, that's insane. How many miles was that? Now, Emeth, we didn't just drive on the interstates. We did a lot of sightseeing in the truck, and I drove it up to Vandenberg before we left LA. Like 4,000 miles total. Yeah. No, nice, Wisp. Yeah, Grab Shark. I mean, yeah. Okay. So I think the big one is fixed. I think we're good to go. It is missing a couple of struts here and there, and I pray that those are struts that I'm the only reason I don't see them is because they're redundant and we don't need them because of the new symmetry. Congrats. Hope I can do a US road trip like that one day. Emeth, it's something that I've always wanted to do. And you know what? I'd love to do it again. Because we were on kind of a time crunch and because I needed to build the stupid thing, we didn't really have a lot of time to see the sights. So, when I tested it, there was a lot of struts I didn't reconnect. Okay, Yarg. Yeah, Grab Shark, they're taking their sweet time. I really wish they would just rip the Band-Aid off and go full remote. And then Brimo and I can go anywhere. That would be really nice, but it is what it is, man. You need a solid month to do the whole trip justice. Yeah. Yeah, Grav, they have a big office building in Boston that they don't want to get rid of. You know how it is. It's so stupid. TE main off. Launch table main, forward, play position. Yeah, Alexiev, I don't know. Yeah, you don't mind going in once or twice a week, Bree. And I expect to go back for about a month or so, and people will slowly find reasons to not come in unless they have to. Yeah, because if we can get away from... I'm preparing the pad to put the SSTO on there. If we can get away from... Nice, Tessa. We don't have to be local to Boston. Oh, man. Yeah, we could go a bunch of places around here. Yeah, Vulcan, yeah, right. Full remote would be sick, though. Okay, moving the launch box into position here. Yeah, I mean, Bree, if we could find a place that has enough land where I could build a shop, or that's not gonna freaking cost me an arm and a leg, where I could build a garage that's climate controlled to put the cars in and work on, that would be huge. But the problem is that what I just asked for in the greater Boston area would cost like $1.5 million. Yeah, regardless of COVID pricing. The prices here were already high. Cost of living is super high in Boston. It's very annoying. Sounds like you just need to become Shroud popular. Oh, I freaking wish, man. Yeah, once you get more western, Tessa, you get outside of the outer beltways. So there's 128 and 495. Inside of 128, you want a house, $1 million starting. Inside of 495, 500 for what I'm looking for. Outside of 495, 3, 4, 100 thou. Yeah, it goes down as you get further away from the city. Yeah, it's out in La La Land, insane, yeah. Yeah, drivers, that's what I'm thinking, man. Western Mass would be nice. I mean, my sibling moved out past 495. You know? She likes it, so. Yeah, Wisp, there you go. Yeah, but she doesn't have a garage, yeah. Well, Bree, like, here's the thing. If we can find a decent house for a good price that has a lot of land, I'll just build the stupid garage. Heck, I'll stream building the damn thing. And I'll write it off. I know how to do framing carpentry. I can do that. And even if I don't know how to do it exactly, I know people that do. That will help me, you know? There's a lot of tradesmen in my family. A lot. So, Idaho's not bad if you don't mind snow. Yeah. Nice, Doom. So you live in the DC area, and once you get outside the DC metro, prices drop precipitously. Amount of land increases. My house on 2.2 acres would be $2 million. Yeah, I know. Freaking ridiculous. Yeah, something like that. Maybe you'll just ask for another raise. If you buy a fixer-upper house and stream fixing it, can you write off the entire house? I don't think I could write off the entire house, Yarg, but I could write off all the materials that I need, sure. But even then, let's just be realistic here. Say I make like $20,000 a year, and the house needs $20,000 worth of stuff. Even if I write everything off, there's still that whole problem of, not having any money. So, and compound that with cost of living around here. You pick up what I'm laying down, man. So it's, yeah, writing it all off is great. I don't have to pay tax on that money that I made if I write it off. But if a house needs $100,000 worth of work, man. That would have been nice, Elfish. Alright, guys. The pad's ready to go. The SSDO should be fixed. I mean, there's really only one thing left to do. The only thing left to do is test it. With a mortgage, yeah. And I try to tell EJ to chill more and he complains. I mean, guys, like I might have to take on a sponsor if we want to do the whole garage thing. If I could take on a sponsor that could knock out the rent costs for a shop, then I don't know. Would you think that's selling out? Look at you, EJ, homeowner. Chill me, daddy. Yeah. Depends on who the sponsor is, for sure. Well, I'll shop around and see what I can find, I guess. Oh, yeah, Riv. Good reference. Or Riverin. The money you make is obviously being invested into the stream. More money means better stream in this case. Yeah, running, that's not a bad idea. Yeah, Lex, I assure you guys, if I ever took sponsor stuff, there's two big things. I have a big rule about that. First and foremost, if I ever take any sponsors, I have to believe in the product. I have to actually, I wouldn't be able to tell you, like, if I don't care, it'll come off as really disingenuous. So I have to stand behind said product. And the second one, and this might be the more important thing, it cannot impede my judgment when it comes to things. So if I take on a sponsor, say in some like random universe we got like sponsored by Boeing or something, one of the stipulations there, and I would fight for this and I would refuse it, and I have refused contracts like this in the past for sponsorships because you sign like an NDA or something where you can't say anything bad about this. I do not want anything impeding my judgment when it comes to analyzation of space news or anything like that. And once again, it's a hard sell. Rodman Ford, why? Like, how would them sponsoring me be beneficial for them, Hammer Nails? Who did you refuse? Not any of your business. For the truck, Shellerman Restoration, yeah, maybe. Yeah, guys, how you fly for long periods of time in this industry is either A, you hit it big and get thousands of viewers and then you just ride that for a long time, or B, you do what most mortals have to do and be very consistent. I'm very consistent in my streaming. I look at a YouTuber who built an online store to go along with his show. You could very well go down that road. Yeah, Doom, that's true. Anyway. Yeah. I'll look around. I'll see if there's any sponsorship stuff out there. I mean, not many people reach out much anymore because I usually say no. I would suck at streaming because I suck at promoting myself. Well, Vulcan, that's my brand. My brand is earning subs, not asking for them. I am terrible at promoting myself as well. I was taught to be humble, and that works for you and it works against you. But I've made a brand and I've made money off of not promoting myself at this point. To switch to a promotion style thing could screw with the demographics of the stream. And one thing that I never, ever, ever want to do is alienate my core user base. The people that are here because I am the way that I am. You know? Just look at Cleater. His merch is worth more than his YouTube. Yeah, but how could I drive something like that, Mercs? Space is really niche, you know? I mean, I wouldn't mind it. Like, maybe I'll go buy a damn t-shirt press and make the stupid things myself. Wouldn't be too hard.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, Brimo, there you go. Thelzo, what's going on? 3-month resub. You could stream making the t-shirts, yeah. First shirt, space is niche. I mean, how much does a t-shirt press cost? I mean, it would make this place smell terrible. They seem to run between 200 and $1,000 depending on what you want. But then we'd also need we would need a printer to print the graphics. You need a special type of printing paper. You need the, what's it called? The heat transfer paper. I mean, I worked in copy and print for a while, guys. Better to get the t-shirts made in bulk for you than DIY, as long as you don't become one of those streamers who's asking for a sub or donation. I'll never do that, Vanguard. I will never. Dude, yeah. Redbubble is good, but I could, like, Doom, I can't help but think that I could make more money. I could make more money if I did it myself. I hope this is a joke. You making shirts yourself won't bring you a lot of money. It's not about bringing money. That's just small things that, you know, help get the word of mouth out about the stream. It's advertisement, Ciantic. Advertising usually does cost you money. But see, another way that I could do this, guys, another way that we could do this is if I, another way to do it would be like, okay, so say we took some kind of sponsorship for a little while, and that gave me enough capital to go and find a place to work on the car, store the cars. Like at that point, I could go to work in the morning. We could do the work on stuff. We can come home and play Kerbal, do Space News and Kerbal. You know, like. Doing that early hours working on cars, you know, with the shop space, you know, I can afford to not have to pack up every day, and I can leave a car in pieces if I need to. Brimo's good at marketing floating. Honestly, if you condense Space News into YouTube daily content, then boom. Yeah. So, Doom, if I do that, YouTube, putting daily videos on YouTube, that's a full-time job in itself. That leaves next to no time for streaming. Point is that there's a lot of ways to do this, and we're not in a bad position, but yeah, we gotta find a way to move this to the next level, but I want to do it on my own terms, you know? Does Twitch provide you data on who and where people are watching? Of course it does, Hammernails. I don't look at that stuff, though. That's right. I don't look at the analytics. They can help you to a certain extent, but looking at them on the day-to-day is not a good idea. Because then you end up micromanaging your numbers, and it waters your content down. I don't do that. Don't be such a millennial, work hard or slack. Yeah, that's right, Tessa. Mm-hmm. Sell yourself on the street corner. Do you think that doing daily mechanical content is sustainable? It depends on what you're doing, Forlorn, to be honest with you. The daily mechanical stuff, like, that could work. How could it work? Well, what do you mean? Like, how could that all go together? Well, the daily, like, if I was gonna see now, like, because of Route 154, you have a means to an end with all the modifications that we do. So I could do modifications, and it's not just me putting the vehicle back together, because I've thought about this. What happens when the truck is finished, when the 59 is finished? We have the coronet to work on, right? And what happens when the coronet gets finished? Those things are good to go. And then what do? Do we fix Tough Enough? Then we fix Tough Enough. That's right. My Mustang already is 100% working. So what do we do there? Do we start modifying vehicles? Well, that's expensive. If you want to start doing stuff like that, that can get expensive real quick. With Route 154, I'm modifying and messing with the vehicles for a purpose, you know? So, like, not necessarily daily, but like once or twice a week, auto streams, you know, if we're doing some really interesting stuff, and, you know, you could see the end goal, like, oh, I'm putting a second gas tank in this truck today because I'm putting a second gas tank in this truck today because I want to be able to get 500-mile range. And then we go and test it with Route 154 later to see if we get 500-mile range, etc., etc. Like, that's cool streaming content. You'll end up needing to work on third-party vehicles to keep it sustainable. I suppose we could do that. I mean, that's what Mick does. But I'm not a mechanic. That's the thing. I teach myself this stuff, dudes. I don't know. Yeah, dude, that's a lot of work, man. You don't need to